Yo, we are live. I was unmuted, and now we are live. And now I am definitely live. And to be honest with you, we started at quite a good point in terms of the football betting thing, because if I share my screen, I'm about to win a small bet. Let's have a little look at the screen. We'll get into what this was entailing or how we got to this point in just 1 second. Let's get the screen up. Blah dee da dee da. So this, if you can see this, so this is a, let's just scroll down a sec. This is a £5 bet to return £20.41. I believe I'm probably going to cash this in a sec, because like, why the hell would I wait around for another like £1.80, blah, blah, blah. Now it's already going down a little bit. It's taking the piss by that, to be honest with you. But what we've got here is a bet that's already come in. Venezuela over 1.5 goals against Bolivia. That was quite obvious, and I'll tell you why it was quite obvious in a second. I'll tell you what strategies I've been using to success recently. I've changed what I've been doing recently, and I will explain that change in a sec. I just need to slightly concentrate, given the situation, on what we're going to do here. So the bet builder was in the Southern American leagues, basically. So the idea being that these guys, Novo, were going to beat Chapeau, who have a terrible away record, and be under 3.5 goals in the game. Now that seemed to be quite a good double up, because like Novo were quite guaranteed to win. We're on 90 minutes at the moment. This could fuck up. So I think we're going to run through this quickly and just cash out. And then also in the kind of same situation, we've got Suriname here, who were very likely to beat Puerto Rico, who have an awful away record, but under 3.5 goals, kind of like just pumps it up from being like a 1-6 to being something like 5-6, if I remember rightly. And then 4-6. And then 1-6 Venezuela were over 1.5 goals. I just kind of pumped it up a bit more. And 11-10 Novo to win were kind of like 1-3 or something like this. So do you know what? Let me just stop talking. Let me just cash this in, because 5-20, who cares about that extra little bit? Do you know what I mean? And then you get into this sort of like stage where you're tempted, aren't you? But basically, let's just cash that in. So that is a good start. So what we're going to do is we're going to see if there's any more games, and we're going to sort of like go through this. I'm going to put the link to the studio. Just 1 second. Just 1 second, guys. Here we go. Whoa, what the hell happened then? 1 second. I'm going to put the link to come on to StreamYard. Link is in the chat. So if you want to join me on StreamYard and chat about football, chat about betting, chat about football transfers, chat about Arsenal, and all those kind of things, then please feel free to do that. Whilst I am just doing this, and there's not too many people watching, I am going to just put this out onto X, and just see if anybody is going to be tuning in. If you just bear with me 1 second. But basically, yeah, this is something I want to do a bit more regularly to sort of demonstrate what has been quite advantageous by using artificial intelligence to do a very, very much more stringent and strict and quick analysis of football betting, gambling patterns, outcomes, history between different teams in different scenarios and different weather patterns. And it really goes so much more deep, pause, into all the different things that you could want to necessarily do, but you could not necessarily do as massively quick as it can do it. So basically, let me just get this out onto X, because X gets quite a lot of viewers. So if you just bear with me 1 second, I will do that. La dee da dee da. I'm an Arsenal fan, by the way, and we're going to be talking a little bit about Arsenal related stuff. And that kind of thing is obviously not going to be something that everyone's going to be particularly sort of crazy about. But yeah, let me just put that on X. That's fine. So anyway, what I did, let me just change what is on the screen so you can see what you can see what AI can be doing for us. So here we are. So basically, what I said to it is, what you can see here, you're a football gambling expert. Your expertise is in football gambling. You're aware of all possible statistics that are relevant to football betting. Currently, there are 3 international matches being played, blah, 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 blah. So this is how we started it off originally. It gave me a lot of good tips. And what I did, what the mistake I made is that I put them all together into kind of like a 5 or 6 fold, which wasn't a particularly great idea. So that is something that you don't necessarily want to do. Like, you want to necessarily put them into like doubles or something like this, which, you know, is a bit more of a likely. I wasn't muted. It's a bit more of it's a bit more of a likely outcome to get a double than to put a 6 fold together, as everybody knows. But what this AI can do, if used properly and if prompted properly, is it can give you a lot of information that you would not necessarily have to hand straight away. That information that you might need to take like literally a day or two to actually look into. So, look, let's go down to the one that I actually won here. If we go down, blah, 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 there was ones that were won, and then we went sort of back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. But yeah, so we went into these guys, Venezuela, Bolivia, and all these. So it gave me this kind of information that you can see if I just kind of like spread it out. And if you can see that properly, it's going to give you a lot of good information, cautious doubles, small stakes, these kind of things. And it's quite interesting because it can like give you a lot of information that you don't necessarily have to hand whatsoever. So yeah, I would definitely recommend it. So what I'm thinking of doing before, I suppose, do you know what? Let's have a look at what's available right now. Because I want to get into a bit of Twitter stuff as well at some point. But whilst I've started on a pretty decent streak, I've gone from £5 to £18 with this thing. I'm going to also have a little drink of this, which is, what have I got in this? I've got vodka. This is like a vodka, Yazoo, and ice cream mix. So, you know, some people may not like the sound of that, but, you know, it's pretty decent. So there we go. So what I'm going to do is I'm then going to find the next bets that are available. I'm going to kind of go through this live. I'm going to see what AI gives us live. I'm going to see if it fucks us over or if it actually is successful. So let us have a go. So let's get Bet3. The thing is, I'm aware that it's kind of like 1 a.m. in the morning in the UK. So it might not be necessarily that many games to go. But we can always like mess around. Right, so let's share the screen. Here we go. Right, so let's have a look what is going on here. So I'm looking for a situation where I've got either a load of games that are starting on 0 minutes or a load of games that are at half time. These tend to be the best, most beneficial things to go with, or at least games that are at the same level. So hope you guys can see this, people who are watching. So this is, so you've got the Chile Cup there. You've got the Columbia Cup just starting, Solomon Islands. These don't necessarily need to be, particularly big leagues or something like this. You just need to have a few games that are kicking off at the same time. The point being of the games kicking off at the same time is that you can cash out if you need to on these games that are around the same time. If you've got some games that are on 20 minutes, on 40 minutes, and then on 80 minutes, it's very difficult to cash out a treble like that because everything's at different stages. So let's have a look. And I ain't doing e-soccer, by the way. I ain't doing e-soccer. Let's have a look. Whilst there's literally 0 viewers here, I'm going to check the sound quality here just to make sure there was no issues. So I see some people join and then go. But that can just be because there's no everybody here. There's no issues. So I see some people join and then go. But no, that can just be because there's no issues with sound, so that's good. So we can crack on. So I'm looking kind of here at the 2 games that are approaching half an hour in the North and Central America World Cup qualifying. Caraco, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, and St. Kitts and Nevis. So for a start, I am not that well aware of why there is such a huge difference between Caraca and St. Lucia in terms of the fact that, look, St. Lucia are bloody 11-1. So let's have a think about this. So also there's Argentina National B. So let's bring up the Argentina National B table. Just give me 1 second. I'll bring up the Argentina National B table. I'll share the screen. We got Estudiantes Caseros versus Temple. Do you know what? One thing I'm going to do, actually, I'm just going to slightly change the title of this, just so people are aware. It's kind of like Call-in Show, Football, Betting, and Live Chat. Okay. Just bear with me 1 second. Let me see if I can go in and change that title. Just 1 second. Just bear with me, guys. We are going to be here for a long time. So if you guys want to come and chill out and chat with me and talk about football, this isn't just a betting thing. This is just what I'm starting with at the moment. So yeah. Let me go into my YouTube studio and try and quickly sort out the title. It's a bit more appealing, relevant, blah, blah, blah. Let's go. Arsenal Live Call-in Show. Bear with me, guys. Hit the like button if you tuned in and subscribe, please. It will help grow the channel. We do want to do that. All are welcome. I don't know if this updates it live, so I bloody hope it does. Because otherwise that's irritating and unnecessarily pointless for me to do this. Anyway. Does it do that? So I have to actually do it on this as well. Okay, then I have to do it on 2 things. That is fine. This is kind of the way the YouTube operates. It makes things a little bit long. Makes things a little bit long. Okie dokie, so. There we go. That's better. What I'm going to do is just copy that. And then go. Lovely stuff. Okay, so basically, let me just call this something slightly different, actually. How to use AI. How to use AI. How use AI to win money on Footy. Live chat or welcome. Bear with me, this is the first stream I've done in frigging ages. So it is what it is. I will get better. I will get better, guys. I will get better. And I will be on 100k followers and all that blah, blah, blah. Of course I will. So now I just need to go do that back in YouTube, and we will get back to this. We will get back to this. Let's just do this in 1 second. Yeah, it's a lot of like clicking around. It's a good job I'm fast on the computer, isn't it? It's just like taking the piss otherwise. Yeah, I've got 0 people watching, so. Okay, so it's actually better to do it the other way around. I get it. Okay, so I have learned something there. Right, so. Okay, Caraco St. Lucia has just been, it's just been re-released. So why are Caraco and St. Lucia so different? Let's have a little look. Let's have a little look. So Caraco and St. Lucia are so much different in the world standings. Let's have a little look. So let's have a look at Caraco and St. Lucia world standings. We will get to the AI bit in a second. St. Lucia are not too far behind them. Okay, that's fine. That's interesting. That is interesting. So what we're going to do is I'm going to look at Argentina National B. I need to pick one that is on 0 minutes. The Colombia Cup has just started as well. If you can see that down here, Deportivo Quiondo are playing Atletico Bucaramanga. Right, so we need to get a cracking. Otherwise, there's not too much else going on from what we can see there. Right, so let me just do one last thing with this edit. Here we go, guys. Here we go. So what I'm going to do is going to get the Argentina National B table up. Let's have a look. Argentina National B table. So let's have a look at this. So we've got Estudiante Caceres versus Temple. So let's have a look at what that is saying. Let's have a look at what this table is saying. So, estatus. So, Caceros and Temple. Caceros and Temple. Where the fuck are they? Must be in Group B. Okay, so Temple. Where is Asteros? Am I going mad? Where are Asteros? What's going on? Estudiantes. They always put these in weird, random ways. Like I said, Estudiantes are there. They've not lost. Look at that. They've not lost any game in the last 5 games. Okay. Temple are down here, and they're the same. Okay, so that to me says both teams to score. So let's see what AI says about that. I reckon both teams to score. So I'm going to speak to AI because it's going to be the easiest way to do it. So let's just give it the prompt. Hang on, let me just give it the prompt first. We still got that up. Let's do the prompt. Where's the prompt gone? Okay, you're a gambling expert and your expertise is in football gambling. You're aware of all possible statistics that are relevant to football betting. So, in the game that is very soon between Estudiantes and Temple in Group B of the Primera Nacional in Argentina, given all the information that you are aware of and given all betting patterns and all betting history and all result outcomes and result history between the two teams across the last decade in all weather conditions, taking all relevant context into account, can you give me the best, most optimal betting option to optimize and maximize my ability to return profit from a bet on that game? And let's see what it says. Oh shit, I put it in the wrong fucking thing. I put it in something I was talking about. So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to put it back in the betting thread. I put it in a different thread, you idiot. I am a fool. Let's put it in the betting thread so there's consistency. Okay, what I'm going to do is I am going to just dip out for 1 second. I say 1 second. I'm going to dip out for 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm going to figure out, because I want to stream this on X as well. I thought this was streaming on X, but it isn't. So I need to figure out how to do that. And then we will get back into this game. This game will be starting soon. In fact, it's literally just kicked off. So I want to be trying to make some money on this. So but let's give it 10 minutes to get going. And then I shall be back. So just bear with me 1 second. Anyway, well, that was quite interesting. So I tried to stream this on X as well as YouTube, but apparently it won't let me do that without paying 50 quid, which I'm not going to do right now. Anyway, so basically what we were looking at was, let me just share the screen again. We're basically going to do a bet on the Argentina National B Estudiantes Caceres Tempoli game, which I believe is probably going to be a bet, a both teams to score bet. So let's have a little look. Or what we could do, actually, as a little experiment, is put it to, we could put it to X. Do you know what? Fuck it. Fuck X, it doesn't pay as much. Right, so let's go back to presenting. Let's present, share screen. Right, so let's have another drink. This has all been a bit experimental, but anyway. So here we go. So these guys are in Group B. We've got Tempoli, who haven't lost in 5 games, drawn 16, 14, 12. And then they are playing Estudiantes. Estudiantes is 7th. And yeah, it's actually, there's 2 Estudiantes. Which fucking Estudiantes is it? We need to know which Estudiantes it is. Estudiantes Caceres, they're playing black and white, Newcastle. So it's this one. It's this one. So look, that's their record. And this is Tempoli. So Tempoli look like a good shout, actually. You would think there may be a good shout for a goal. Okay, so let me share what AI has told me about this. So what is AI recommending? Let's use AI to try and win us some more money from this £18 that we're on at the moment. It's a good start. So what's it saying? Share the screen. I don't know why it doesn't automatically move to this, but anyway, I guess it's Windows, isn't it? That it's doing. I guess it's Windows that it's doing. So football recommendations. Here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we go. So I hope you can see that. Do you know what? I need to turn the fucking thing up on my screen. So it's quite a lot. So look, you can see my little prompt here. We're going to try and get through this a little bit quicker because the game has started. It's nearly 10 minutes in now. So what you can see is that AI is giving us a big breakdown of form and, you know, all the relative form and everything. So it gives you general stuff as well. So league profile of the Primera National B, 62% of 2025 fixtures finish under 2.5 goals. Okay, that can still mean both teams to score is good. Estudiantes home form, 3 wins, 2 draws, 0 losses. They haven't lost at home. So Estudiantes or draw is quite good. Tempoli away from home, they've lost 3 away from home. 0 points to 86 goals. So head to head, that's 5, 0, 0, 3, 2. 4 out of 5 landed both to score. No. So maybe my implication of both teams to score wasn't such a good idea after all. Okay, maybe that was wrong. Just bear with me 1 sec and get in a message here that's I'm probably going to just like ignore, blah, blah, blah. Make sure there's no issues. I see some people join. Anyway, just bear with me 1 sec. 1 second, guys. 1 second. I shall be back. Just 1 sec. Okay. Both sides on 25 points. Estudiantes 7th, Temple 9th. Now, has it got the right Estudiantes? It has got the right Estudiantes. Okay, that is good. So, markets that still carry us under 2.5 goals. It's trying to tell me under 2.5 goals. 2/3 of Group B games stay below 3 goals. Simply attack travels poorly. Okay, just 3 away goals all season. Defend first at home. Estudiantes defend first at home. Rarely blow teams out. So I'm thinking now maybe something like under 1.5. Maybe. So what it's trying to tell me is, if you look at this here, what it is trying to tell me is both teams to score no. Correct score 1 goal. Let's have a little think about this, because I don't know about this, because I thought those relative positions and the relative form would indicate that there could be a couple of goals in this game, but it's trying to tell me that I'm completely wrong about this. So point of this is to try and trust the AI. If the AI is going to be the thing that can, take over and give us what we want to know, So let's look at the example staking plan that's given us. And then we can put the bet on and we can actually see what happens, because that's the interesting thing, isn't it? So basically it's looking at under 2.5 and both teams to score no. So that could be the double that we go for. I'm not going to put the full 18 on it. Let's have a look what the score is. What is the score at the moment? It's 0-0. We're going 14 minutes in. We're 40 minutes in and it's 0-0. I do want to get into North America and Central America World Cup qualifying. They're on 45 minutes. So we've got some time to actually put some bets on without worrying about things changing. So I'm thinking, given what it's told me, Estudiantes Caseros to win and it to be under 2.5 goals. So let's have a look at that. Both teams to score no, under 2.5 goals. What would you make Bale free kick? What does that mean? Bottom line, under 2.5 goals is the optimal single. And both teams to score no. Okay, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this, guys. Let's go and have a look at what Bet365 is offering. Why have I got a second Bet365 screen that is trying to shut me out? I can piss off. Okay, so let's go to the next screen. Let's share. I think this one. Beautiful. Okie dokie. So let's share this and let's have a look at Estudiantes. Right, so I hope that is visible for people. So this is kind of tempting me a little bit. I mean, the thing is, if I was to stake, I don't want to lose the 18. I don't want to risk the 18, but the 18 can be turned into 22. It's not too bad. I'm just wondering, a bet builder under. He's trying to say that there's not many goals to be scored, basically, isn't it? But the Temporally don't travel well. So the expectation is that Temple aren't going to win, but they might score. So perhaps let's try a bet. Let's see what the odds are with a bet builder of under 2.5 goals. So match goals. And we go under 2.5 goals. Okay, that's 2 to 11, blah, 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 but we'll build it up. Or we can do, actually, I'm just thinking, Caceres. I've had an idea that, well, the thing that worked last time let's just recap. Let's just recap because this is the recommendations. This is the recommendations of the AI. Let's go back to the AI recommendations. The AI recommendations. They haven't lost at home. So SGNTS or draw and under 2.5. SGNTS drawing under 2.5. Let's see what that says. So, okay, double chance SGNTS a draw. Great. 2 to 9. Match goals under 2.5. Fucking fucking hell, I was giving it shit odds, man. I was giving it shit odds. Because even if we just put like, these are awful odds, man. These are not the sort of odds that I want. Even if you put 18 on that, I'll piss off. Accept change. Right, let me just share what I'm doing here. Even if we just, if we did 18 on that, we're getting 26. I don't know, man. So I've not got enough faith that the guys are going to win. I've not got enough faith that the guys are going to win. Sort of try and figure this out based on what it's saying. What I'm thinking about this is I'm actually wondering whether this to wait to half time and just sack this off and then just listen to the look at the other two. The last 5 head-to-head between these two have been 0-0, 0-0, 3-2, 0-1, 2-2. So that's just all over the place. That doesn't tell us anything. Both teams to score has landed in 3 out of 5. As in no. This is a tricky one. This is a tricky one right now, which I think the odds will be improved when we get to half time. So let's just sack that off for now. And let's just go over to the just bear with me one sec. Yeah, big up future music mantras. Yeah, anyone feel free to join in and chat. Please do. It'd be good to kind of like liaise about this sort of stuff. Bear with me one sec, guys. Just bear with me one sec. Let me just double check something. I wish I wanted to double check something. Okie dokie. Anyway, so these North and Central America World Cup qualifying games have just started. So let's do a little. I'm going to do this on the computer instead of on the phone. Like I'm going to say, the North and Central America World Cup qualifying games have just kicked off the second half. Currently, they are on 47 and 45 minutes. Caraco and St. Lucia, it is 1-0 to Caraco. Trinidad and Tobago, St. Kitts and Nevis is at 2-2. So given that you are a football gambling expert, knowing all the different betting patterns and betting outcomes related to these games, can you advise which are the best betting, optimal betting strategies for these two games as a double? Caraco and St. Lucia are 1-0 to Caraco. Trinidad and Tobago and St. Kitts and Nevis, it's 2-2 between them. This is in the North and Central America World Cup qualifying. As a gambling expert with expertise on football and access to all knowledge that there possibly is about betting patterns, can you suggest the best betting strategy to optimize a victory in single and double markets in these two games? Okay, it didn't do that properly. I need to bloody repeat that, the absolute bastard. One more time, and then it will actually do it properly. You are a football gambling expert. In the North and Central America World Cup qualifying, Caraca are 1-0 up against St. Lucia, and Trinidad and Tobago are 2-2 with St. Kitts and Nevis. Both have just kicked off for the second half. Given all the information you have related to betting patterns, betting strategies, and history between these two clubs in this competition, what are your optimal betting strategy suggestions for these two based on single and double betting strategies? Why doesn't it keep doing it? Oh, for fuck's sake, I'm going to have to do this one last time. Sounding like a complete idiot here doing this. See, it's easier to do it on the phone because it's easy to click the right button. Right, bloody hell. One more frigging time. Actually, do you know what? Let me take a drink of my beautiful drink, and then we can do this one more time. And it's going to give me some good results. We're going to do this. You're a football gambling expert. In the North and Central America World Cup qualifying, there are two games that have just started the second half. Caraco versus St. Lucia is 1-0 to Caraco. Trinidad and Tobago versus St. Kitts and Nevis is 3-2 to Trinidad and Tobago. Trinidad and Tobago have just scored a goal at the start of the second half. Given your knowledge of all betting outcomes, betting strategies, betting patterns, and history of results between all of these teams in this competition, what do you recommend are the most optimum betting strategies for the second half of these games as both singles and doubles? Yay, it's done it this time. Fucking hell. Right, let's see what it says. I'll share the screen. Guys. Fuck's sake. It's going to take it a little while because that was a little bit of information. Let's go. Let me share the screen. Give me one sec. There are so many different screens to share. I need to just keep on top of the shit. Here's load the shit. Share screen. What's it saying? It thought for 23 seconds. So look, for example, just look at the level of information it's already able to give you, information that you could find out yourself, but it'd take you bloody ages to do it. So, Caraco clean sheet, yes. Fraction 4-6. St. Lucia have failed to score in 5 of their last 6 away World Cup qualified ties. That's interesting. Below that, Caraco winning under 4.5 goals. Well, yeah, that seems kind of 4-5. Caraco winning under 4.5 goals. Is that actually really? I guess it's on 52 minutes. Caraco are 2-0 up, but that still seems a reasonable. That's 4-5 seems reasonable. I need to look that up in just 1 second to see if that's actually true, because sometimes AI can make these kind of mistakes. But if that's bloody true, geez. Did say anything about team goals over 2.5. St. Lucia concede over 67% of away qualifiers. Okay, well they've already. Okay, they're pretty much on their way to doing that. So it's kind of contradictory to what's in the top. So, okay, well, not that contradictory, but do you know what I mean? It's a little bit of a sort of like close push. Best single Caraco clean sheet. He reckons a clean sheet. I quite like the under 4 point. I like the Caraco winning under 4-5 goals. Let's go to Bet365 and see what it's saying, and we do the other game. We'll try and make these snappy because goals can occur quite quickly in the other game. So let's just get the screen up. Just 1 second. I'll get the Bet365 screen up. So yeah, it was saying basically it was saying Caraco winning under 4.5. So it's basically doing a bet builder. So let's have a look at bet builder. So result, where's result? Am I going crazy? Yeah, result. Well, yeah, it's not going to give me the odds. Why is it giving me the 4? It wasn't going to give me 4 to 5 odds, is it? I'm not sure why it's saying that. That's a bit odd. Let's just humor it. Match goals under 4.5. Yeah, 2 to 7 is not that great, but it seems reasonable if we could double it with the other one. So let's just accept that for now and just go back to the advice from the other one, because the advice from the other one could pump it up to something like 5 to 6, which would be reasonable odds. So let's just go back. I will stop sharing that. I'll go back to presenting the recommendations, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so remember, Caraco win and under 4.5 goals, you reckon was 4.5, 4 to 5, sorry. I have absolutely no idea why it's saying that, because we've just seen that it's 2 to 7. So I'm not sure what it's getting that from. Oh, because he thinks it's 1-0 because it's 2-0. Right, I see. Yeah. Okay, so they scored a second goal. Right. Okay, I understand that. All right, we can allow that. Let's just roll down to the next bit because time is of the essence. So yeah, he's got the correct score here for Trinidad and Tobago and St. Kitts and Nevis. Over 1.5 second half goals, fraction 1 to 5. Matches already 3.6 xG. St. Kitts concede 2.5 goals away in World Cup qualifiers and have never kept a row clean sheet in this cycle. Well, that would have been interesting to know before. Anyway, both teams to score in the second half is 11 to 8. That's quite interesting, since it's already 3-2. That is quite interesting, actually. That is quite interesting. Trinidad to win and over 5.5 goals. Basically, that means there needs to be one more goal, and Trinidad need to win. I'm not doing any time goal scorers, even though the guy might score now. I've said that and probably jinxed it. I'm interested in that both teams to score, in the second half. Because there's already been one goal in the second half. If that 11 to 8 is true, let's have a look at that. Let's have a look if that 11 to 8 is true, because we've just seen that this site can be bollocks. Caraco are 3-0 up against St. Lucia now. Interesting. Okay, so let's go back to the Bet365 screen. Just blah, blah, blah. Hang on 1 second. Okay, so 3-0, I think that's going to be acceptable. So both teams to score in the second half. If we look at this, let's have a look down here. It ain't going to be 11-8, is it? It would be very surprising if it's 11-8 or anything like that. Did I just miss it? Where did it go? Oh, here we go. Yes, 3-1. But they've already scored, haven't they? Hang on, let me just double check this. Did that third? But they scored right at the start. It just means that St. Kitts need to score again. I might just do that as a single. They have just scored, haven't they? Am I going crazy? Trinidad and Tobago have already scored in the second. Oh, this is driving me mad. Did I miss a goal? Did I miss a goal at the end of the first? No, it was absolutely. Hang on. I need to check this before I do this, because this is just silliness. How can it be that long if Trinidad and Tobago have already scored? Why is it always so difficult to find these bloody games if you're trying to find them? Hang on here. Where's the timeline? Yeah, the fifth goal came in the 48th minute. The fifth goal came in the 48th minute. It was score after first half was 2-2. So it's 3-1. It's 3-1 for St. Kitts and Nevis to get one goal. Okay, let's do that. I think that's good value. Hang on, where are we? Both teams are scoring. It just seems very strange. They're not down to 10 men, are they? Have I missed something really obvious? Okay, I think we do that. And then I don't want to spend my entire £18, but I mean, if I did my £18, that's up to 63 cents. God damn, that is tempting, isn't it? That seems good value. Okay, let's have that. The point of this was to try and do a double with the other game. So we take that out, and then Carriacos St. Lucia is under 4.5 goals was the thing that we wanted, but then that means there's not going to be another 2 goals, but there may be another 1 goal. We could do under 4.5 goals. If we do under 4.5 goals, and even under, that's a little bit too much in it. If we do under 4.5 goals and that as a double, and then do 245. Oh, for God's sake, it's doing this thing where you need to accept the change. That irritates me. So that's 1653. I'm going to go down to. I'm going to do that. I think that's reasonable. I think that's I think that is kind of reasonable. So there needs to be 2 more goals in that game to fuck things up, and St. Kitts and Nevis just need to score a goal. What's it doing now? Oh, fuck off, man. Yes, I accept the change. £2. Let's just say £2.50. Let's do that. Okay. So, yeah, so that is the AI advised. So AI obviously had advised a lot of different things, and it's not going to be correct about everything. But you also need to use your own discernment to have a look at what you think is the best kind of like way of approaching it as well, using what AI is trying to advise you to do, given its much more quicker ability to access the vast knowledge of all the betting, not betting patterns, but like result patterns and sort of like team patterns and team news and team strategies and manager strategies and all this kind of stuff. So before we go, I'm going to go to the bathroom in a little bit, but let's just go back to that game that was in Argentina. So if you can see, you can follow me. So let's go down to Da, da, da. So yes, so we're actually coming to half time. It's taking that bloody long to sort that double out. Big up everyone watching, by the way. Feel free to jump in StreamYard. You know, you don't even need to have your camera on. It's just nice to talk to you. We can talk about betting. We can talk about, you know, fun betting experience you had or football. This wasn't even supposed to be about betting per se. I just sort of started to like, you know, get into this, and I thought this would be quite fun to show people. It's not always going to win, but it kind of seems to win reasonably consistency. And I suppose if we can get a community together that can bring a few different minds together who are, you know, of a similar mindset, who are trying to kind of like analyze things and trying to sort of like analyze patterns that they see that I might not see. I might see things that you don't see. Then we can kind of like collaborate, and perhaps we can grow a community where we can actually start to win some fucking money regularly on this stuff. Because there's got to be a goddamn way to do it, isn't there? Although isn't that the thing that kind of like ropes us in? The idea that we might fucking beat it, but we might. So anyway, back to the Estudiantes Caseros Temple game. So, like it was saying, AA was telling us that Temple do not travel well; they just hardly ever fucking win. So that makes 7-4 look good for Estudio Caseros. However, what that makes it look good even more to me is if we go to this and we go to the double chance. Where's it gone? Whoops. So double chance 2-11. However, what they were saying was under 2.5 goals as well. Let's make it under 3.5 goals and double it up and see if it gives us a reasonable amount of odds to put, say, about £5 on. And then we can kind of grow it from there. This is the point. What I'm trying to do is trying to grow things in a slow way. And if we can get things consistent, then we can just add more money. You know, we can increase the stakes if we know that we're consistent, but we don't want to jump in with £50 or £70 and £100 and then lose. And we want to be doing things with a smaller amount. I mean, like ideally, maybe just free. You know, just you know, studying things for free and building things up that way and finding things that work that way. However, that's not as much fun, isn't it? Life is short, and we like to do things a bit more in a fun way. At least you can pick up a little bit of pocket money as we get good at it. However, let's have a look at this before we rub it on too long. I am very, very tempted to let this run till half time, though. So you might need to bear with me because we might let this run to half time. But let's have a look what it is. So let's say, where's the double chance? Double chance was 2-11. So let's select that. And let's go with the match goals under, oh God, under 3.5 is 1-5. That's a lot of bollocks, isn't it? Under 1.5. I mean, under 1.5 is kind of 4-7 is not too bad. And it's now 1-2, which is going to be kind of like, you know, you pound on 50p back. Look, you know, pound on 50p back. I don't know if that's really worth it. We might need to take another little look at this. Let's just let this roll till half time. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to talk a little bit about football in general and an Arsenal chat in general. Anyone who's watching, feel free to just jump in the chat and have a little word, and like we'll have a little chat and everything. Or you know, I'll put the link here. Feel free to jump on. You know, camera on or off. I mean, preferably camera on, to be honest with you. But yeah, let me just go. Just very briefly, I shall return. This will not be long. Okie dokie. Anyway, let's have a look here. So, how are our other guys getting on? Let's just share the screen. Let's just share the screen for the other guys. Original bet. There's some weird messages there. Anyway, let's just get on with what we're doing. Do you know what? I have too many fucking things open to share screen. Hang on, just one sec. She seems to want to share way too many screens, and I don't know why. Anyway, here we go. Here we go, guys. Here we are again. So, Trinidad and Tobago have scored, which is great. We need St. Kitts and Nevis to score. Under 3.5 is going. It ain't giving us any cash out here. And like the point of this also is not necessarily to win the bet outright at the end at the 90 minutes. It's to get some kind of cash out. And at the moment, look at that, offering us £2, offering us £2.12 cash back. So basically, we have got 23 minutes for St. Kitts and Nevis to score a goal, and then these man to not score another 2 goals, and then we can cash that in at some reasonable amount. Remember, we were at 18 before, so even if we lose, it's not too bad. But now it's up to 221. I mean, I could get it back to where we were before, but I think it's got to be worth waiting 23 minutes to see if St. Kitts and Nevis score a goal. I mean, they've already scored 2 goals. Do you know what I mean? So let's just hope they can grab a goal in the second half. Do you know what? Let's ask AI what kind of goal scoring record St. Kitts and Nevis have in the second half. I probably should have asked that, to be fair. Just bear with me one sec. Just bear with me one sec. Getting messages, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, back to this. Yeah, so where have you gone? Here we go. And then we have to shut. There's a lot of screen changing going on here. I'll say to it, do St. Kitts and Nevis score many goals in the second half? of games typically. And it does this little thing where it waits and waits and waits and blah, blah, blah. So they average like 2.5. Like you can see that they average 2.5. What am I doing here? St Kitts and Nevis do see plenty of second half goals, as you can see, for and against, so they never score many after them. So that they never score. The narrative isn't supported by so that's why they don't really want to. So the answer is yes, they usually do, but whether they actually do in this scenario or not, I don't know. So we shall see. There's also a possible goal in the Caraco game. Hopefully it won't be a goal. But anyway, we are going to go back to the in-play game at... What the fuck is going on there? Yeah, there's a Caraco goal. So anyway, that's going to be a little bit tricky in terms of our situation with that. But it is 73 minutes. Anyway, so Estudio Caceres and Tempoli are at 0-0 at half time. So let's think about what we can do with that. Seems like my stream has frozen. No, it hasn't. I thought my stream was frozen for a second then, but that's absolutely fine. So, anyway, let's hope those motherfuckers don't score another goal. As soon as St Kitts and Nevis score a goal, we cash out, I think. But they've got 20 minutes left to score it. That's the thing. So yeah. So let's go back to the let's share the screen. What is this? Right, so that needs to go away. Anyway, so share. So here we go. That's annoying, man. I didn't think Caraco would get that many goals. But anyway. So what we were saying. So what we were saying about like Estudiantes, Caceres, and Tempoli was that basically, if I get the other screen back up, under 2.5 goals. So under 2.5 goals is still looking very good. So under 2.5 goals and both teams to score, no. I think we might put on that. So let's have a look what we're doing in the odds of that. So let's have a look. We've got a bit of time. Even if this other one fails, we've lost £2, whatever. Okay, you know, we've still gone from £5 to £18. So that's not too bad. The aim is to try and we'll try and get up to something like by the end of the night. I'm not sure how many games are left, but you know, we can go up to like maybe 40, 50 if we're lucky. So, but we will need AI's help to do this, and that is kind of the point of the stream. So basically, we are going to look at under 2.5 goals, which is fairly obvious. You might need to come down to under 1.5 goals, to be honest. So, oh God, I just realized I'm not sharing that. Hang on 1 second. We are sharing this. So there we go. As we want to share match goals over 1.5. It seems unlikely, doesn't it? In fact, are we able to kind of like, yeah, we can only just share one thing, can't we? Bollocks to it. All right, so I think I'm going to go for Caceres to win. I think Caceres are going to win. Actually, let's have a little look at the stats. Let's have a look at the stats here. The stats are not great, are they? Wow. The stats are not that great. Okie dokie. Okay, then. Let us have a look at it's 1-6 now. It's 1-6 now for a 0-0 draw. Man. Okay. Under 1.5 goals seems reasonable, but it's 1-4. They've really kind of pigeonholed us here. I wonder whether we need to change games because this is just a bit too much. I wonder whether we need to change games. So if you look at this, Atento Caderos, a 15-8. So let's have a look what we do if we do 15-8, because AI was saying they ain't lost at home for a while and typically don't win away. And the whole point of this is we're trying to make AI help us to win. Match goals under 1.5. Sorry, under 1.5. It's 3-1. So we're looking at a Caceres 1-0 win. So let's do the 95 then. Let's do the 0.95. That's getting us 380. That'll be back to 18, and then hopefully the other one comes in and we can do over 21, and then we can move towards at least 30, which would be £5 to £30 in 3 or 4 bets using AI, which wouldn't be too bad, let's face it. I'm just wondering. Why is he saying Caceres or draw 3-1 here? And under 1.5 goals. Instead of them to win. It's the same odds, isn't it? It's the same odds. That doesn't make any sense. So hang on. It makes sense now. Result. Demo draw. Under 1.5 goals. Okay, so now you're being a bitch. All right, fine, we're not going to be pussies. All right, fine, we're not going to be pussies about this. We're going to go for Caceres to get the win. And, because otherwise it's going to be 0-0. Otherwise, we're basically saying it's going to be 0-0, isn't it? So, okay, let's do this. So, Serious or draw. That seems weird. How is that even possible? I don't even understand what that is actually trying to say. Okay, so I'm just going to we'll go with whatever. So that, and then, just get rid of this. And then under 2.5 goals. Where is it? Under 2.5 goals. Match goals under 2.5. So let me just double check that this is correct, yeah? Because this seems a bit over the top. Match result will be Caceros under 2.5 goals in the game. Okay, that's great. That's 9-4. We can work with that. So let's just double check what happens if we go to the double chance. The double chance is then we'll draw is 1-6. All right, that's fine. That's fine. We forget that. Where's the thing gone? Why does the thing disappear? Honestly, it is bloody stupid. Bloody stupid. Arsenal, Estudiante, Caceros, and under 9-4 goals in the match. Let's double check that that is right, yeah? Match result will be Caceros to win and under 2.5 goals in the game. Okay, that's fine. That's a strange bet. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put 195 on that. And that's 6. All right, let's go with that. So we're like £4 down from the 18 that we were at before. So let's have a look what our bets are doing. So 195 is 159. We're on that one. What's happening with the other one? Cash out is 80 because these motherfuckers, St. Kitts and Nevis, are not going to score a goal, or are they going to score a goal? Well, the thing is, we just leave it. We just leave it to see. We just leave it to see what's going to happen in it. So now we just kind of play the waiting game. The thing is, I'm tempted to take this 89 because one more goal from one of these guys is going to fuck it. What I could do is I could take the 91 and then just stick it on a St. Kitts goal. So let's have a look what a St. Kitts goal is. So let's hang on. Let's go back. Let's go back, guys. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Mm-hmm. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. St. Kitts and Nevis goal. St. Kitts and Nevis goal is 11-1. See that there is 10-1 now, actually. I could take that 91 and then just stick like what? Hang on a second. Why has it gone to 450 to 1? 450 to 1 for a St. Kitts and Nevis goal. They just got a man sent off. What happened then? That was madness. Why has it gone to 450 to 1? That is crazy. Let's see what it goes back to. So yeah, Trinidad and Tobago scored. Great. That's weird. What does that do to the bets? Not much, really, because there still needs to be. Yeah, you guys still need to score. This is the thing. Very weird. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Well, I don't know why there is a little bit of a delay. I don't know why there is a little bit of a delay. But there we go. There we go. There's another bloody goal for fucking St. Trinidad. Actually, just put a shitload of goals on St. Trinidad for fuck's sake. Another bloody goal for fucking St. Trinidad. Actually, just put a shitload of goals on St. Trinidad for fuck's sake. Actually, just put a shitload of goals on St. Trinidad. Hmm. 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 What is that background noise? What is that background noise? Anyway. Right, we are trying to watch these things come in, and I think we need to try and look at the in plays for the next ones, because it's not going to give me the cash out for this, is it? Let's have a look. Let's have a look what it's saying for the cash out. It is saying nothing. It's saying nothing of that, which is fine. We just need Casteros to score a goal there, and we will be back into profit. One more goal there, and we'll be back into profit. And the thing is, like, I can't really be bothered there. I could maybe take the 46p there in this one. But if those motherfuckers, how much is injury time? How much injury time? What is it? 4 minutes of injury time? Do you think it's never going to score a goal? Not too sure. Not too sure. Not too sure anyone's going to score a goal there, to be honest with you. I'm just thinking. I'm just being cheeky with that. Cheeky doing a £14 to 75. There's only 2 minutes left. I believe there's only 2 minutes left in that game. Let's check out the cash out on that. It's not going to give me it until it gets to the end, basically. I'll just let it get over 14. I just let it get out to 14, something or other. Or 18, maybe. Should we take the 14-18? What's it? It's saying about the game, isn't it? Actually, it does actually show the game. Defend the ball. There we go. There we go. Defensive. And yeah, we're going to get this to 14. Yeah, to 15. Let's make an extra pound. There we go. Let's make an extra pound of that, just in case some stupid shit happens in the last minute. Just made an extra pound off that, you know. Just make an extra pound of it. Why not? So that's up to 15. What's this? Cashing out 147. Oh, we just need a Caceres goal, for fuck's sake. Just one Caceres goal. Seriously. It's all a bit silly. Oh, damn. I missed on like 75p on that, dickheads. They always fucking, like, they always blow the whistles early. This irritates me. Okay, so we need to find another game. Anyway, at the moment, this is not too bad. AI hasn't advised us too bad. We're not massively down. Whoa, we've gone from £5 to £18 in the space of 1 hour 39. So it's not too bad. It's not too bad, guys. Not too bad. Do you know what? I'm going to pour myself another drink and we'll get cracking with some more stuff. Yes, why not? Why not? Why not, guys? Why? Come view, guys. Come view, guys. We're gonna do a bit more of this until the football finishes, and then we're gonna get into some football Twitter. The night is still young. The night is still young. So Caceres are still being shit and not scoring. And it's they've still got half an hour left to go. Still got half an hour left to go. So let's see what's going on. We need to have a look about what else is going on right now. we need to have a look at what else is going on right now. So let's just do a little recap. Remember, we started on £5 at the start of the stream. We've gone up to £18. We're now down to £15. This potentially could put us up to obviously like 22. We basically just need Casillas to score a fucking goal, and then we can cash out, basically. They may not score a goal. So I'm just wondering whether to put like a little bet on. In fact, you know what? Let's ask AI for advice, because part of this thing is trying to ask AI for advice about this. There's other matches going on in play at the moment. That could be worth looking at. Let's have a little look at this, actually. Okay, there's way too much USA e-soccer stuff. I'm not interested in that. There's the Brazil and the Colombia Cup. There's Quindizos against Atletico. This is interesting. So Deportes Quindío against Atletico Bucaramanga. So let's ask AI what it thinks about that. Let me get it up. As it were. Pause. Okay. As a football gambling expert, there is a game in the Colombia Cup currently playing. It's on 65 minutes. I'm sorry, 69 minutes between Deportes Quindío and Atletico Bucaramanga. Score is currently 2-2. Home win is 11-2. Draw is 10-1. Away win is 8-5. 70 minutes left. Both teams, 11 men. Can you analyze that game and give us the most optimal betting option as a single for that game? I note that Deportivo Quindío are 11-2 to win, and they are at home. Is that particularly optimistic, or is that something worth considering? And if not, what is the most optimal bet worth considering for optimal profit? Right, it's going to work on that, and it's going to give me an answer in a second. I will share the answer after I've been to the toilet and pour myself another drink. Just 1 second, guys. Okie dokie. Casilla still haven't scored a goal, you know, that's so irritating. What was the response? What was the response? So we're talking about Candia against Bucaram, or however you pronounce it. Well, it's saying Candia full-time win at 11-2. What is the best value? Underdog premium, which is a bit of an odd way to look at it. Books overweight Bucarenda's Premier League label underweight Candia's strong home record. Candia's got a strong home record. Candia's got a strong home record. Candia's got a strong home record, but they're 6-1. Have a look at this. So AI is telling me that Candia's got a strong home record, but they're 6-1 to win. Now that to me is a very tempting thing to do. Let's just see what AI is saying about everything else. Recommended single Candia full-time win at 11-2. It's actually 6-1, so roughly ish the same. Books overweight their label and to weight Candia. So Cup Dynamics. Oh, it's cup. Is it a cup? Oh, okay. Maybe Bucaramanga are a league above. I would need to look into that a little bit more. You know, big up everyone watching as well. Yeah. Please, you know, put a like on the video, like make a comment in the chat, and like there's my StreamYard link. If you want to jump on, like you don't have to have your camera on. Be nice to chat to people. Be nice to have a little chat about this. If you have some betting information, or just want to talk about Arsenal or football, you know, yeah, just jump on. Bucaramanga played a top flight fixture, so India had a 4 weeks rest. Yeah, it seems like second of her mismatches level after sentiments which you on timing for. Purest value is the home win. So basically, what that's saying to me, and Casero still haven't scored a fucking goal. What that's saying to me is that Candio draw no bet could be an interesting option. Let's have a look at what Candio draw no bet is. So not draw no bet, double chance. Candio or draw? I'm worried about that because I think that they're a lower league team. So hang on. Let's have a look at this. Deportivo Diaz. So in category Primera B, Atletico Bucaramanga. Primera A. And ninth in Primera A, though. I don't know. It's interesting, isn't it? What do you do? What do you do in this situation? You maybe say there's one more goal. I am torn a little bit. I am torn a little bit in this situation. And do a 7-1. Okay, do you know what I'm going to do? What I'm going to do is I'm going to do a thing that I, would usually do around 77 minutes. I'm going to do like one team or the other bet, which is 5-4. So it doesn't matter necessarily who wins. Oh God, I need to put my battery in. What I'm going to do as well is I'm going to ask her if that's a good idea. Deporto's Kundus are 10-1, 7-1, 7-1 to win. They've got a great home record. They are the division below. It's a really, really tricky one. This is a very tricky one. I think it might be worth hedging it a little bit. I started on £5 at the start of the stream, went up to £18. We're now down to £15. And it could get better because these guys need to score a fucking goal. But they've got 20 minutes to score. Caceres has still got 20 minutes to score, by the way, and then we're going to be in very good profit. We'll be in quadruple profit. Just one goal from them is quadruple profit. So maybe we should not worry too much. Maybe I should just put £1. Let's go back, guys. Let's go back. Let's see, guys. Shall we do? Oh, I'm so tempted to do a cheeky as fuck double. That's the cheeky double I'm tempted to do. Look at that, 35. $33.66. Shall I do a 50p on that? Done it. Because if one of them hits, then we can just cash. If one of them hits, we can cash out. And we've only lost 50p, but I've started at 5, so I'm still bloody 14 quid up. So okay, that's good. So let's look at the next one. Guys. Let's just refresh the page. Actually, I want to know where I am. What's going on in this Caceres game? Hang on, what's going on here? Anyway, I have no idea. It's just some free kick. Brazil Serie B has Kiab and Paysandu, so I think we're coming to the end of all the games. But anyway, we'll keep going. We keep going, guys. We keep going. After the games are finished, we're going to talk about football anyway. So this is just a start. Yes. Anyway. I'm slightly tempted by this Solomon Islands S League. I'm going to ask AI about this. Have a look at this one. This Solomon Islands Marist FC Sosa game is slightly interesting because look, they're on a red card and they're 65 to win and they're on a red card. So let's just ask AI what the hell we should do about this kind of thing. Because I think we kind of know what we might need to do about this. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Let's have a look. So I'm talking to AI now. So in the Solomon Islands S League, there is a game on 72 minutes. Marist FC versus Sosa. Marist FC are down to 10 men. It is 1-1. The odds are 6-1 for a home win, 1-1 for a draw, and 5-4 for an away win. Given all the betting patterns that you're aware of, and given the fact that you are a gambling expert who is a particularly football gambling expert, what would you recommend is the best optimal bet to receive profit for this game? Let's see what it says. Let's get this up a second. Let's see if we can get some profit off this last game. Okay, let me share the screen. It's just shared the screen, blah, blah, blah. Let's just share the screen. Yeah, big of everyone locked in. Like and subscribe. I'm going to do more of this content. I'm just going to be going live for hours, and we're just going to be going over football betting and, you know, what we can do in terms of like our analysis of the football. And it's just going to be great to potentially build a community of people who are likewise thinking and trying to think about how to analyze patterns and analyze things that we already know. And that knowing, with the capital K knowing, you know, how to, you know, move in terms of like football betting and how we can take advantage of that, how we can make potentially some decent money from that and do this maybe even professionally. There is a way of making this professional, and perhaps we can start this, right? So anyway, point being, let me just present this screen. There's a lot of presenting screens and switching between screens, so you have to bear with me, but I'm not too particularly fucking slow, am I? Let's be fair. So, yeah, this is the Sosa game. Home win 10 to 5%. Break even price. You can see it's doing that, blah, blah, blah. You can read that for yourself. I can read it to you. Home win 10 to 5, 10 to 15%, 6-1, 10-1, current price. What does it recommend? What does it recommend? That's what we want. This is kind of what we want. We want to use AI to augment our own intelligence and then just sort of like kick on for our own intelligence. Okay. So if you full-time draw at 1-1, is that the full-time draw? Or do I need to just go back to that? Is that what its pick is? Its pick is, what did I say? They tell me to go for a 1-1 full-time draw. Okay. Sosa to win and under 3.5 goals, protects against a 2-1 smash at grass. But they might score a goal. Are they good to score a goal? That's the thing. Okay, so let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this, guys. Let's have a look at this. share this link and get more people involved. Yeah, it'd be good to get more people involved, get more heads involved, get more people thinking about this and listening to this and doing what we're trying to do, basically. Stop the screen. I will present the next screen, guys. Don't worry, I am going to do this easily. Blah blah blah. Share the screen. Those Caceros still haven't scored a fucking goal. That is horrendous. We've got some North and Central America World Cup qualifying. We're going to get into that in a second. Okay, that's going to start in a second as well, so we're going to get into that. What can deal? What were they fucking saying, man? Oh my god, it's just gone out my fucking head. Hang on. It's a full. So they were going what, full-time draw. Full-time draw 1-1. The full-time draw is 4-5. You can see it's 4-5. No, I'm not sure about that. What are they basing that on again? Let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this guy. Sosa to win. Let's have a look at a bet builder. Let's have a look at bet builder. Let's look at Sosa to win. Result: Sosa to win. Match goals. How is that even possible? Over 2.5. Let's do 50. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't excite me. That doesn't excite me. Sorry, we're gone. I might do a little bit of an exciting thing for these North American things. I might just go away from the AI and do a little exciting thing that I do. I want to see what this Caceres game does, though. Let's just have a little look at what is left as well. Going to go to the bathroom again, guys. Just give me 1 sec. I'll be back in. Just give me 5 minutes, guys. Just give me 5 Earth minutes. I will be back. And then we will get into the North and South American World Cup qualifiers. Yo, back here. Back here. What was the delay now? Where was the delay now? I don't know. Anyway, if you hear me. I don't know. Anyway, if you hear me. Hopefully you can hear me. Fucking thing is being annoying. Anyway, this is the start of. You can hear me. This is the start of the. It's not the start anyway. It's a fucking continuation. Here we go. Yeah, so let's go. So basically, where we are at now, just for anyone who's joined, is we start with £5. This is kind of like a small time trying to kind of like figure out what are good strategies to move forward, and then we can increase our betting prowess. We don't want to start trying to do things with 20, 30, 40, 60 pounds or whatever, and then we don't want to lose all of that kind of stuff. So we want to try and do it with a little bit of amounts first, and then we try and figure out a strategy that is consistent enough, 4 out of 7, 5 out of 7, and this sort of stuff. And my idea being that let's bring us together who are big heads, who have big knowledge of football, who are able to kind of apply that in the sense that can kind of try to beat the ridiculously difficult, I suppose to some degree, numerical system of gambling. However, let's get back into where we were. And number one, I need to drink my beautiful milkshake, chocolate, ice cream, caramel, cream, and vodka quadruple. It's a quadruple. It's a pint glass. It's got to be a quadruple thing. So anyway, Caceros still have not scored, which is irritating. There are 87 minutes left. It's offered me 43 pence cash out, and that is not great. Obviously, so I'm just going to leave that and hope that Caceros score. If they don't score, it's not really any skin off my teeth. So yeah. Not any skin off my teeth, to be honest with you. So anyway, so what we're going to do next is we're going to go back to the in plays. So what we're going to do is we're going to speak to AI and we're going to ask it what it can advise us about the North and Central America World Cup qualifying. So anyway, here we go. So also there's actually some Fiji Cup stuff coming up, but I'm actually going to not look at that right now. I'm just going to take a look at the North and Central America World Cup qualifying. We're still triple profit at the moment. It just looks like Caceros are going to let us down. So unless Caceres can get one last-minute goal. What seems to be quite a good way of doing it is if you have a match result that you think that will be expected by a particular team, to do that match result in a bet builder with an under 2.5 goals or under 3.5 goals, that seems to be something that's quite sort of beneficial. That seems to be something that's quite sort of consistently coming in. So I will give that as a kind of piece of advice for sure. If you just bear with me, I'm just trying to get as much as I can listeners up on this channel so we can get more people in, we can get more people looking at this, because this isn't going to end anytime soon. So if you just bear with me. So yeah, I mean, we've already tripled our money, and yeah, unfortunately, this particular bet, it's not going to come in, but we're still triple up. So we're still, yeah, we're still basically triple up minus 50p. So from where we started out, so that's great. I'm not even going to take that because I'm not going to take that 13p just in case Caceros do actually score. So never mind about that. So let's go on to this. Let's have a look. This is the Central, North and Central American World Cup qualifying Guatemalan, Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, and Guyana games. So what we want to do is we want to ask AI what it's going to be able to help us with that. So let's do this. In fact, I'm going to do this on the computer screen. So just bear with me 1 second. So the North and Central America World Cup qualifying games between Guatemala and the Dominican Republic and Nicaragua and Guyana are about to start. You're a gambling expert. Can you give me the best optimal betting strategies for these two games? And that might be in singles and in doubles, please. Yeah, so let's go. So basically, okay, so what we're going to do is going to share this. Stop that screen for a second. We're going to share this. I'm going to share football room. So bear in mind, yeah, these two games are about to kick off soon. So Guatemala to win and under 3.5 is 10 to 11, which is a pretty decent set of odds. Yeah, so Guatemala and Dominican. Oh God, where's it gone? Guatemala and Dominican Republic. Nicaragua and Guyana. Do you know what? Let me just share it. I am sharing it. I thought I wasn't sharing it, so that's good anyway. So basically, it looks like it's saying safety alternatives. Hosts have opened qualifying with 9-0 aggregate. Dio have scored once in 2 games and failed to hit double figures. So what's it saying in terms of odds? What's it saying in terms of odds? Guatemala seem good odds for those, like what it's just been saying to me. So it seems that Dominican Republic also open qualifying with 9 duos got 121. Only one of the last 14 Guatemala World Cup home games cleared 4 goals. Okay, so it seems to be Guatemala to win and under 3.5 goals. So okay, let's have a look at that. Okay, that's fine. So Nicaragua, Guyana. Nicaragua to win and under 4.5 goals is 4 to 5. Apparently, I really need to check that to see that that's fine. So they're unbeaten in 9 at home. None of those matches reach 5 goals. Guyana concede plenty. So it seems to be that, like, those two to win, let's say under 3.5 goals. So let's have a look at what it says here. Conservative double Guatemala win and under 3.5. Nicaragua winning. If that's 11-4, we can really do on that. Let's have a look at what that says on Bet365, because I don't know that is going to be a fucking real thing. So hang on a second. So, okay, so what we're saying is Bet Builder, and what we're saying is Guatemala to win and under 3.5 goals. So Guatemala result, Guatemala to win, and the goals is under 3.5. What is this? Is this? It seems big odds to me. I don't know if this is me being crazy, but it seems big odds to me. Guatemala to win and under 3.5 goals. Why does it seem so short? Is it? I feel like I'm being conned. Match. It's match as well. It's not the first half. It's match. Over, under. Okay. So Guatemala to win. Why is it so Why is it so? I need to just check this again. Let's go back to what it was saying. So where's my only one of the last 14 Guatemala World Cup qualifiers have cleared 4 goals. Win and under 3.5. I'm not sure if it makes that much sense. That's all I'm saying. What does everyone else think? Put your comments in the chats, man. Put your comments on the chats. Have a little look online. And yeah, feel free to join the stream. StreamYard link is there. If you want to come in, you want to chat about the gambling issues, the gambling possibilities. This is a tricky pair, but it's a good pair to do because they're right, kicking off at the same time. And it's good to have things that kick off at the same time because cash out can be very advantageous in this situation. I'm getting hesitant and being a bit silent because I'm trying to decide about what it's saying to me. safe. It's been a bit kind of silly the way it's phrasing it to me. It's a little bit annoying. Okay, hang on. Let me figure this out. This is getting silly. Guatemala to win and under 3.5 goals. That doesn't seem crazy, does it? The thing about AI is it keeps suggesting to me this stuff that does definitely not seem crazy. So let's go with this. I think my Casemiro guys have fucked it up, haven't they? Because my thing hasn't updated. Okay, so Guatemala to win and under 3.5. Nicaragua to win and under 4.5. This seems madness. So, okay, Guatemala to win and under 4.5. Right. Let's have a look at that. Actually, what we got to our under 4.5. And then the other one is match to be Nicaragua. And then the 3.5. And so I think we put £4.50 on that. And that will take us to 31. So let's do that. And that's the next bet. It's okay. So we start with £5. We'll still double at £10. And if these win, because the other one didn't fucking win, did it? Because these guys couldn't fucking score a goal. These dickheads couldn't score a goal. Under 2.5 goals, yeah, I got that. But this one could be £4.50 into £21.21. So we shall see what happens. We shall see what happens, guys. We shall see what happens. Yeah. So let's actually have a look at what else is in play as well. Is there anything else in play at the moment that's interesting? I didn't realize that kicked off 15 minutes late. That's a bit of a bitch. Actually, you know what? 1 second. I'm going to be... Yeah, there's not much else happening in terms of that. Come on, guys. Smash the likes. I'm going to go on YouTube and see what the hell is going on. Why are they no list? Why is this so few listeners? What is going on here? What is going on here? What is going on? What we're doing here is we are trying to win us some money here. We're trying to figure out how we're going to do this. And we're trying to figure out how the hell we're going to figure out all the different idiosyncrasies or all the different little football leagues that we can try and take advantage of that, they push on us every single day of the year. Future Shock is the name. Future Shock for the gambling sites. That's what we're hoping for. We're hoping to try and take over these motherfuckers and do something better that fucking creates our, wealth, obviously. But yes, hopefully we can get some people in the chat. Hopefully we can get some people joining on StreamYard. I know it's a bit late. I should probably be doing this throughout the day. In fact, God Almighty, this is much better to do during the day, isn't it? I need to look at the. Let's have a look. Whilst these games roll on, I have a little break from doing all this. So I've been doing this for like 2 hours. Let's have a little look at what is going on. What is going on tomorrow in terms of games? I say tomorrow, it says today now. We've got Malta, Lithuania, Finland. We've got nothing that's going at the same time. So one of the things that we want to do is have games that are going on at the same time, because we get the cash out option. Because everybody who does football gambling knows that there's always that thing that hits the post. There's always that shot that hits the post. There's always that penalty that misses. There's always that red card. There's always that thing that happens at the last moment. That is why cash points are very important, but cash out is very important. But also, what's very important in football betting is choosing a selection of games that happen at the same time. So, most primarily a double. Doubles are good. Doubles are good for obvious reasons. They're not singles, so they're not that bad, but also they're not so crazy. However, having them as doubles makes things a lot better, and also it gives you a good chance to cash out on a good profit should the right circumstances transpire. So I suppose tomorrow you've got Malta, Lithuania, Andorra, and England at the same time. You've also got Austria, Romania, Albania, Serbia, and Finland, Netherlands at the same time. So what we can do is we can come back tomorrow. And we can do this kind of stuff tomorrow. So I'm up for doing that. I might change the channel name so it's a bit more obvious. I need to sort of like sort out what I'm doing in terms of like how to sort of like get people into watching this kind of thing. But anyway, we move on. The whole point of this is to try and get us to win money. Yeah. So the whole point of this is to try and get us to win money. I want us to come together and like talk to each other, and it not just be me blah blah blah. I'm trying to be sort of some kind of leading light on this and try to sort of lead us forward on this. So far on the stream, we've tripled our money in like 2.5 hours. And so that's obviously a good start. The point being, if we can do these things regularly, then we can just increase the money that we put on. And then, we can really start to sort of like talk about, making decent money. But I think it's a prudent thing to do it with smaller money first, just to kind of like test it out. And to do it with no money, it's kind of like there's something about doing it with no money that kind of like doesn't, like, the gods don't really kind of like work like that. The universe doesn't really work like that. But okay, yeah, enough of that. Big up to everyone who's locked inside. Please put a like on the stream. It really does help the channel. That is not bullshit when people say this. It really does help the channel to grow when you do a like and you subscribe. There's going to be a lot more of this, and we're going to try and make this a lot better in terms of a lot more prudent and a lot more. Oh, there's some New Zealand Central League stuff starting. So, some New Zealand Central League stuff starting. So I just got distracted by looking at tomorrow's fixtures. So let's fuck off tomorrow's fixtures for a second. And then let us ask AI what is going on in terms of the New Zealand Central League. Whoa. I didn't even know I could do that on the screen. Well, I just managed to humongously increase my screen to a point where I'm much, much happier with it. Okie dokie. So, right, let's go. So we've got quite a few things that are happening at the same time. Oh, so we've got. Okay, so just bear me 1 second. I'm just going to have a little look what we've got going on. So the Guatemala game is going to start soon, and the Nicaragua's game is going to start soon. Okie dokie, let's get rid of that. We're going to cash out anything. So basically, Oh, for God's sake, why is it not letting me go smaller? This stupid ass thing, man, honestly. Escape then. Escape is not difficult, is it? Okay. Still gonna try and make this title a bit more enticing for people. How do I make this title more enticing for people? Because we're going to be here all day. We're going to be here for a while, basically. Football quiz show. AI. Anyway, guys, let's have a look. Let's have a look here. So that's all good for Guatemala. They're all kicking off. They're all kicking off. They're all doing their little thing. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. So the New Zealand Central League. So this is what we're going to concentrate on now. New Zealand Central League. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to quickly nick this, and then do you know what? I'm going to ask AI about it, and I'm going to come back. One sec, guys. One sec. Let's ask AI about the New Zealand League. The New Zealand Central League is about to kick off. There are 2 games on: Miramar Rangers versus Wellington Olympic, and Waterside Karori versus Batone FC. Given all the information available to you, and given the fact that you are a football gambling expert, can you please give us the best optimal football betting strategies for these 2 games? That's singles or doubles. The best strategies available to win the most money possible, please. Thank you. The New Zealand Central League is about to kick off with 2 games: Miramar Rangers versus Wellington Olympic and Waterside Karori versus Batone FC. Given your vast knowledge of football and the fact that you are a football gambling expert, please can you give us the most optimal betting strategies for these 2 games? That's singles and doubles, please. Sometimes you have to fucking repeat it to this thing because it's just so irritating. Just bear with me while I go. I'm going to also try to promote the show across the stream so we can get some more listeners and viewers and hopefully people who can pop on. Yes, bear with me whilst I do that. I'm going to mute myself and stop my mic. I will be back in like 5-10 minutes. Never fear, never fear. I will still be here. Here we are, guys. Here we go. So, what the hell is going on with our bets right now? So, let's have a little look. Let's have a little look at the screen now. So, bear in mind, we started with. So, for anyone who's joined us, basically what we're doing is we're starting with small amounts, so we're trying to make a strategy that can kind of like conglomerate and can kind of like consistently work, and then we increase the amount. So what I would like to do with this channel is get people to kind of like, have ideas that will help. So here we are. We will actually get to start talking about other football things at first. So Guatemala 1-0 up against Dominican Republic. So what is that saying for our bets? I can't even remember. Match result will be Guatemala. Match result will be Guatemala. Already, so it's offering us more cash out now. Cash out value has been good. Under 4.5 goals. Match result will be Nicaragua. So we need Nicaragua to score a goal. So if Nicaragua can score a goal, we're laughing a little bit. So what I've discovered is it seems to be, and no one's actually watching it at the moment, which is fucking irritating. But like anyway, we can say that these, when you have a home team that seems to be likely to score, it seems to be quite interesting to double them up with an under 4.5 goals thing. So, for example, can you see this? Yeah, you can see it. So, for example, we can see match result will be Guatemala under 4.5 goals. That seems kind of crazy. That seems kind of crazy. It would be nice to get someone in the chat to actually say something about it. Anyway, I guess we'll just try. Yeah, look, I mean, at the moment, like, so, this is creeping up to £5.70. Obviously, we've got Guatemala scoring. What seems to be a very good thing to do, which has been like quite surprisingly good odds, and especially if you can put a bit more money on it. But what we're going to do is we're kind of like trying to sort of like experiment with this with small odds, and then when we find something that works on a consistent basis, obviously increase the odds. We don't want to be coming in with like 5,800, 5,800, 50, 80 to 100 money straight away. But when we can find something that works consistently, obviously we go up to that. And this is sort of the point of the channel that, we can just sort of like try and make this work as quickly as possible. But from what you can see from these odds is that the match result will be Guatemala under 4.5 goals in the game. It seems a no-brainer that there's going to be under 4.5 goals in the game. And that seems to be fine. And that's why the cash out is only as 5.79. I'm reluctant to take it because it's so early. It's 10 minutes, it's 15 minutes gone in, 10 minutes gone in that game. And here we go, Nicaragua have scored. Okay, Nicaragua have scored. And then we've gone up to 6.76. So this is interesting. So what we want to do is just keep this rolling, obviously. This is an AI. Again, this ties in what I'm saying with the general title of the show, AI helping win football betting and calling in chat. So this has been AI's advice that I've followed. Obviously, it's still early in the game, but so far so good. And AI has also got us, if you look in here, it says £10 here. We started with £5 and we went up to £16 quite quickly. We've gone back down to £10. Some of that was my little silly human intervention decision, but we're still double what we started with because of AI's advice. And AI then subsequently advised me to do this bet. And at the moment, if I cashed in this bet, I would be in profit. But I feel like obviously this £21.21, we could be much more in profit if these guys could keep scoring. It's now going up to £7, but that's not really a massive concern. Look, if Guatemala and Nicaragua can score again, then it's probably going to offer us about 16 to 17, which I will probably accept, and then we will go from there and try to get the next one sort of thing. So basically, anyway, what I wanted to talk about, whilst we have let this run, and we don't want to let this run because it's kind of like boring, I suppose, is like football transfers these days. I mean, oh, hang on, what's going on here? Why have they stopped this? Why have they stopped this? What is going on here? Why are they being bitches about this? Oh, £7.20. Yeah, that's fine. So you can see it's going up and it's going up and it's fine at the moment. But anyway, yeah, so that's fine. So I was going to say, this isn't just about like football betting chat. I mean, like, if anyone's listening and they want to like, the StreamYard is there in the chat, and I've pinned it here. If anyone wants to jump on, if you want to chat about football, it doesn't have to be betting at all. We can just chat about football. I'm an Arsenal fan. I'm also a Real Betis fan. So if you're a Chelsea fan, you can come and like take the piss if you want. I'm an Arsenal fan. You can probably take the piss if you want as a Chelsea fan as well. But it'd be cool to listen to you guys. If you want to like jump on, if you don't want to jump on with your camera, that's fine. You can jump on without the camera. It's absolutely no problem whatsoever. I'm going to try and keep this going as a channel. I know there's only like a few listeners when you start your YouTube channel and all that kind of stuff. And I know I have to probably get a green screen and all this kind of thing going on, but I do enjoy streaming. I do enjoy just sort of sitting here and trying to talk to people and try to help people. And that's kind of what it's all about. It's not kind of all about, oh, yeah, we're greedy, we're trying to make money. It's just we're trying to sort of help each other out, this kind of stuff. And it's just like, if people have, I think that there's a bit of a niche in terms of like, people who aren't necessarily sort of like collaborating with other people, trying to figure out about what kind of things can be done in terms of betting and what kind of money can be won and all this kind of stuff. So I think we can really help each other out in that respect. But like I said, it's not just about betting. I'm happy to talk about anything else. I want to talk about transfers, but there's nobody really sort of like coming into the chat at the moment, so I'm just sort of stuck doing the betting thing, which is going okay so far. If I could take this money now, oh god, what's it doing now? If I took this money now, why is it gone down to 273? What's happened? Okay, the Dominican Republic have scored. Okay, well, it's 15 minutes. We're 15 minutes, so, let's not get too crazy. "15 minutes, not too crazy. Let's not get too worried about that." But I would like to know, like, we got this guy Mikel Arteta in terms of the Arsenal Football Club, and let's just keep this. Can we keep this on the screen? Can I keep this on the screen whilst I talk? Yes, I can. That's good. So yeah, what gets me about the whole idea about Mikel Arteta and the whole idea about Arsenal Football Club is like, I'm not oblivious to the good things that Arteta has done for the club. There is no way that I'm oblivious to the fact that he has done good things, that he has got us challenging and this kind of stuff. That's not a thing that I'm going to deny. However, what I do deny is that he's good enough overall. Because if you think that this club is big, if you think this is a big club, and Dominican Republic better not score another goal. Hang on, let me just have a look at this. Anyway, yeah, no, that's fine. If you think that this club is a big club, I don't understand how you can also hold at the same time in your head the idea that what he has done in the past 5-6 years is acceptable. Like, how can you? I don't understand. It's not really that kind of much of a difficult thing to hold in your head, Yeah, our Guatemalans need to sort of score, don't they? I'm not sure if I'm allowed to actually show the game. But anyway. never mind. What I think is that, like, we're supposed to be the third biggest club in the country. So I don't understand how people can think we're the third biggest club in the country, but also square off in their minds at the same time that what's happening now over the past 5, 6 years is acceptable. That's just how I see it, to be honest with you. And that's not me trying to be kind of like denigratory or sort of like nasty to other people or anything like that. If anybody who's a big Arteta fan, if we meet in the 12 pins over at Finsbury Park or in the Faltering Fullback or any of the pubs, anywhere, like, I'm not going to be like having a go at you or anything. That's not my style. I'm not going to have a go at anybody who is an Arteta fan. I'm not going to have a go at anybody who thinks that Arteta needs to stay. That's not my style. I just feel that my opinion is that he is a good manager, and he's, I don't think, an elite manager. He can become an elite manager. He's got many years left. He's younger than me. I'm 41. I was 41 in June the 1st. However, that he's like 38, 39, and what I believe is happening is a big mistake in terms of like what Inter have made by getting Fabregas from Como. I think they made a big mistake. Not that I look. Fabregas is a legend. I'm not trying to say that Fabregas isn't a legend, but I don't think he's a managerial legend. And the point is, a club like Inter and a club like Arsenal are on a similar level in the sense that they need to get they don't need to get former players who are plying their trade. Players that are plying their trade are not, going to sort of like they have a much lesser likelihood of getting us big trophies consistently and doing very well for the club. And as much as they're loved, I don't necessarily think Arteta is that loved, but as much as like someone like Fabregas is loved and these kind of people are loved, it ain't going to be, it just isn't going to be a successful 5, 4, 3, 6, 7 years. And this is kind of what I would ask the Arteta in people, like, how much longer would you like to give him? And there's not really much of an answer. And the funny thing is, when there is an answer, it's kind of like 1 year. So your answer is not necessarily that much more different to mine. And at the end of the day, this isn't like mocking. This isn't mocking Arteta or anything like that. I'm not oblivious to the fact that he has done a great job as a novice. He came into the club as a novice who hasn't won anything, and he did a big. He took on a big job and did a big rebuild, and in my opinion, hasn't really done the rebuild massively properly yet, because he's having to do another rebuild, or a mini rebuild anyway. But I'm not saying that he's done a bad job. I mean, he's done a good job, say, from January without a striker to get us to the semi-final. That is a good job. Does that mean he's going to then go on and kick on and win the league next season? It means he has to. He does have to do that. Otherwise, he's gone, because the standards of this club designate that has to be done. Otherwise, the standards of the club are denigrated. So I don't really want to go on a massive rant about that, because I don't want to sort of like necessarily alienate people who might want to come and listen to the channel and everything, because I want everybody to come and feel welcome. I don't want everyone to come and feel, I don't want certain people to come and feel that it isn't somewhere that they can kind of like talk or whatever. And, I want people to be able to come in the chat, and I want people to come and be able to, express themselves and express their opinions and this kind of stuff without other people coming and like having a go at them. So, yeah, anyway, let's get back to what the hell is going on with the betting, which is AI trying to help us win betting. So, fucking hell, right, what's happening? We need Guatemala to score for a start. We'll try promote this more on X whilst we go. So Nicaragua are winning, yeah? Nicaragua winning. We need a Guatemala goal. We need a Guatemala goal. Should get into some Twitter. You don't have to. We might get into some Twitter stuff. You know, anybody who's a big Arteta fan, you know, if we meet in those 12 pins over at Finsbury Park or in fullback or any of the pubs, anywhere, like, I'm not going to be like having a go at you. I think that's not my style. I'm not going to have a go at anybody who's an Arteta fan. I'm not going to have a go at anybody who. No. That's not me. Yeah, man, long stream. Well, it's not that long. 316 isn't that long anyway. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna like keep an eye on this. I'm gonna keep an eye on this on one screen. I'm gonna turn to the Twitter mutants. So hang on. Let's go. Let's go more into the Twitter mutant realm. We have doubled our money with the betting deposits. And then I'm going to kind of like just I'm going to start sharing some Twitter stupidity. So we're going to go off that. And oh, hang on, what's happened? Oh my God, Dominican Republic has scored. That is ridiculous. But you know what we can do now is Actually, before I go to the Twitter mockery, so around 35 minutes, under 3.5, under 4.5 goals in the game. So Guatemala aren't going to win. That's not going to win. Oh, fuck. AI's let us down. So do I do it? What do we do? Do we what do we, let's go to the Twitter mappers. 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 Let's go to the Twitter mappers in time. This is annoying. So let's go to the Twitter bits. Let's go to Twitter. Let's go to Twitter. I will go to Twitter. Let's go to Twitter bits instead of that. 1 second, guys. 1 second. And let's see what Twitter is saying. Okie dokie. So that's it. What's he saying? Xhaka doesn't touch Mourinho even on his worst day. You'll overrate that guy so much. Xhaka doesn't touch Mourinho even on his worst day. Is that guy trying to say that Xhaka is worse than Mourinho? What are you basing that on, Total AFC Zone? I've noticed that Total AFC Zone doesn't know much of the zone that he's actually in. Yeah, I'm not really like feeling what he's saying. Does anyone know this man? Don't care. I've seen that before. So apparently it's £59 for Cisco. Well, that's not too bad. Even though I don't really rate Cisco. It's been crashing out on 92 million Manchester City. What? Yes, we all know that 90 million isn't really the fucking thing, is it? That is not what the actual price was supposed to be. What's this saying? The Arteta out brigade is missing the bigger picture. Most clubs would like to have a manager, for God's sake. So this is how we go. So, for God's sake. The Arteta out brigade is missing the bigger picture. Are we really, or is that kind of ironically the other way around? Anyway, let me read this. The Arteta out brigade is missing the bigger picture. Most top clubs would like to have a manager with his vision, tactical nous tactical nous and ability to transform players. Give him the resources and enough time to build something special. Right, okay. I'm not entirely sure if that's particularly true. Give him the resources and enough time. Well, how much time is he supposed to need? Like, can you explain how much time he's supposed to need? Can you come on the stream? Can you come on the stream? Actually, do you know what? Let me put the stream in. Let me put the stream link in. Do you know what I'm going to do with these people is I'm going to put the stream link in and get them to come on and actually talk to me, because I've been going for 3 hours and 23 minutes and that motherfucker has come out and talked to me, which is fine because I'm such a loner and everything. But when people say things like most top clubs would like to have a manager with his vision, tactical nous, and ability to transform players, I would love them to come on the stream. Look, the stream is here. The StreamYard is here. If you want to put your mug on live and talk about it, what do you want to say? So let me just say I get the stream for this, and I will try and get them on the show. I'm going to try and get people. I know it's late, for God's sake. I know it's late. I am messing that up. Where's the well, how do I get the stream of this? Where does the stream of this thing? Just bear with me 1 second. Sorry, guys. I will be here, guys. I will be here. Where is the stream? Can I just? Is it that easy? It's not that easy to get the stream. Oh no, here it is. I've got it. Lovely stuff. I've got it here, and I will put the stream for him to just go and jump on and explain that. We'll put it on, and he can come and join up and explain that. We'll go and say, I am live now. Come on and explain. I am live now. Come and explain that. There we go. Oh God, and potentially I could get a load of madness. What the hell is that? I don't know if that's the right thing. Hang on, if I click on this, is this actually the right thing? Oh yeah, okay, so you will enter the studio if you do that. Good. Brilliant. Brilliant, that's fine. So yeah, okay. I'm just gonna start putting this stream. Do you know what, for anyone who's watching, let's just go through X with all these people who are saying these things about Arteta and bringing up Arteta. I'm going to put the stream in, all of their links, trying to get them on and try to have a debate. Let's see if they show their faces. They're not going to do that, are they? Jesus Christ. Right, okay, let's go to the next one. Lulu going over that. Lulu's fine. I massively disagree with loads of things that Lou says, but Lou's a very respectable person and blah, 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 blah. What are we looking at here? There's more Man United fans in North London than there is Spurs fans. I mean, that's probably true. Monty, oh, this guy, FC Monty. Like, if you, yeah. I won't even give him the link because there's just no point because he's just too much of a pussy. Yeah, that's not happening. We need to find. Do you know what we need to do? We need to find people who are. Do you know what as well? StreamYard. This is what I need. StreamYard. That is the thing. StreamYard. But yeah, it's for God's sake. Yeah, so what I need to do is get more of these guys on the stream. Give me 1 second. A visibly Jewish man, his wife and 3 kids were in it because the fight wasn't over, but okay, I don't care. Somehow someone pulled Wolf. Oh, yeah, it's not going to happen. We all know that. Blah, blah, blah. Tower Hamlets, God only knows, don't care. Why is there nobody awake now? I suppose there's nobody awake now because it's about like 4 a.m. in the morning. But if anybody is awake now and wants to jump on, StreamYard is there. It'd be good to talk to you. So I'm not going away for any time soon. Because, you know, if the Arsenal Twitter chat doesn't work, we're just going to go back to the betting chat anyway. There's Andrew Tate for some reason. Here we go. Why is there nothing that's actually that fucking interesting? What is going on here? This is kind of irritating. Why is there nobody who will jump on? I need to do this during the day, don't I, Di? I'm doing it in a sort of like, I'm doing it in a time where it's just not really that possible to get everyone to jump on or anyone to jump on. So that's kind of annoying, isn't it? I suppose. That's kind of crazy. But it'd be nice to get someone to jump on. I suppose let's just have a little look further down. JT, this guy, it's not just him because how early I'm begging him to leave for 20 minutes and not a single thought took the punt. What was an extremely dark place? Mikel Arteta was in our sport. I mean, Mikel Arteta hasn't ruined our sport. I mean, it's like I want Arteta to be sacked, but I'm also not saying that he's a fucking terrible manager. That's just not what I'm saying. So he's just not good enough. I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that a guy who's come as a novice, then had like 6 years and won 1 FA Cup isn't good enough. I don't think that's a massively unreasonable thing to say. But apparently it means that I should be like sort of like humdrum and quartered by people who are obviously not particularly low intelligence, who are particularly low intelligence. Like the guy who was just on the left. What the hell was this? Wow. Okie dokie. What's he doing? He got. Oh, what? Okay. Yeah, no, but why did it stop? Why did it stop? It shouldn't have stopped at that point. Maybe it should have stopped at that point. Okay, anyway, I'm not like messing around with that. Okay, yeah, I get this guy. This guy's okay. He can debate sometimes. He's got quite a debate. He's got quite a debate game about him. Anyway, oh, by the way, let's just check the fucking bets. Part of this stream was supposed to be bet related. Let's just check the bets. The bets are halfway there, basically. And yeah, I mean, we're still technically double up. But there we go. Okay, it's 45 minutes. To be fair, it's 45 minutes. To be fair, like, let's just look at the bets 1 second. Big ups to everyone who's listening. Be good to like sort of like get you guys jumping in the chat or jumping on the stream. You know, don't be afraid or anything like that. You know, just go and say what you want to say. look, it's like you don't have to show your face. You can do it on a sort of like anonymous type thing. But yeah, what we've got at the moment in terms of bets is, yeah, Guatemala losing 2-1 at half time, but they do need to score 2 more goals. And that's going to make it, yeah, that's not going to make the bet win. So essentially, I need to pull it around. Essentially, I need to go back to the bets and pull it around, isn't it? Let's just, right. Absolute dickheads. All right, so basically, we need to sort of figure out how. I'm going to pull this little bit round because these motherfucking Dominican Republicans have fucked this thing up. Okie dokie. So what I'm going to do is I am going to just take a little 3-minute break. We've been going for 3 hours and 35 minutes, which is kind of light works, kind of nice and easy. Thanks to everyone who's been like tuned in at some point. Well, I will be back in about like 5 minutes, and then we're going to have a little look at this because this fucking thing, if I show you it, it's fucked. If I show you it, this is fucked. Look, because the bet builder is match result will be Guatemala under 4.5 goals in the match. It can't be Guatemala with under 4.5 goals in the match because they're 2-1 down. So it's fucked. So even though I've still doubled my money because I started on 5 minutes. If you can see under this little duck, I'm on £10. So I still doubled my money. But I'm just thinking I need to maybe just pull a little fast one at the end. So let's talk about that fast one in the end. However, I need to do a little wee first, and then we will be back. So just give me 1 sec. I say 1 sec. I mean like 5 minutes, and I will be back with you. And cheers. Thank you for logging in. Yo, we're back. Yeah, so basically, let's have a look at what was going on with the bets. I got so many little screens open. It is ridiculous. Ridiculous. Yo, big up everyone locked in. StreamYard link is in the chat if you want to jump on. You don't have to have your camera on. You can just be voice on and all that. Just be good to chat and everything. I know it's Saturday the 7th June, 4:31 in the UK anyway, but it can be anywhere in the world, and you can just just jump on and have a little chat about things. I just want to check how the bets were going, and we can get more into some football chats. I mean, I also think the football chat's kind of like if you're an Arsenal fan at the moment, is football chat particularly interesting? Like, seriously, if you're serious with yourself, like, do you find football chat that interesting? What is interesting is in the relativity of what Arsenal are doing in terms of the relativity to Man United, Liverpool, Chelsea, Man City. Maybe not so much Chelsea, but Man City and Man United and Liverpool, they're all getting themselves sorted out. And arguably, well, for sure, Liverpool were more successful than us last season. But they have been quite insistent on doing what they've been doing in terms of like getting new players in. First, Kirkes, Frimpong, maybe the sort of like weaker link of the three, but in saying that, Verts is an absolutely excellent player. And, to sort of like liken off or compare Frimpong to him and be kind of like a bit mean or whatever about it, as some fans have been, is not particularly fair. Point being that they are doing what they need to be doing and should be doing, and they should be strengthening. And what champions do, champions who are proper champions and champions who understand what it takes. Proper champions are champions who retain championships. Proper champions are champions who are not just champions once or twice, even. They are repeated champions. Yes, it may not be a three-peat. It may not be once, twice, and then thrice. But that third time will come the fourth or the fifth or the sixth season, and that is not bad. 1, 2, and then 6. Certainly compared to what Arsenal have experienced. And what you need to understand as an Arsenal fan, especially if you're an Arsenal fan who's a little bit younger, is in 2004 there was a pub, and there still is a pub in the same place called the 12 Pins. The 12 Pins is in Finsbury Park. It is an Arsenal pub through and through. I mean, there are no questions about that whatsoever. No one would deny that whatsoever. And it's actually quite a sort of even pragmatically very good pub, because it's got kind of you've got a kind of a main room that you want to be in with the main screen, but you've also got like a decent second room as well. It's not like just one place where there's one pub or whatever. That's the 12 Pins. And it can be a bit of a bitch to get served in, and it can be a bit annoying sometimes. But those things don't matter. Those things really don't matter, because it is what it is. More than that, it's got that kind of wishy-washy spiritual, and it's a bit of a cliche spiritual thing about it. And if you had come to us in 2004 and said to us, 2004, by the way, being the last game of the season where we were playing Leicester City. And it was the last game of the Invincible season. So obviously we didn't need to lose to them. We didn't want to lose to them. And the task was not to lose to them. You have to walk out at Highbury on the last day of the season. Highbury, not the Emirates. Highbury. That's different. And also you have to not to lose. Now, you could potentially argue that, you walk out Highbury and you don't lose much anyway. I get that. However, context is like reality slightly, the ebb and the flow of the reality slightly changes in terms of how it affects you and how it can potentially affect you and how it can absorb a bit wishy-washy. How it can influence you. It can influence you with its changes, I suppose. Reality can influence you with its changes, and that wasn't the case. So people like to try to knock down that Invincible season. It's very silly. It's very silly for people to mock in any way that Invincible season, because it's like, we weren't invincible. I don't care. Like, do you think any of us care what you think about what? Like, do you think any Arsenal fan cares about people mocking the Invincible season? Like, why? We weren't invincible. What's your argument? What's your argument? We went invincible. I mean, how can anybody argue against that? There is quite literally nothing you can do to argue against that. And yet people want to try and take the piss. However, for me, such is the way of the universe. It's been a curse. It's been a curse. It's been a curse. I would have rather just won the league. I'd rather have just won the league. And then what I think would have happened in a much more likely way is we'd have won more leagues. We might have won in 20 years. I think, look, it's very difficult to say something that hasn't happened. But I think I think it's more likely that if we'd have just won the league in 2004, without being invincible, I think it would have been more likely that in the subsequent 20 years to, let's say now, we would have won the Champions League, or at least the Europa League. I think it's highly likely that we would have won the Europa League or above. So at the very, very least, Spurs winning the Europa League would have been like, all right, okay, fine, you got a Europa League like we have. All right. It wouldn't have been is the same thing it is here. And then just kind of think about, look, to be fair, Cup Winners' Cup is about this. It's about the same as the Europa League, to be honest, now, if not more. To be honest, at the time, the Cup Winners' Cup was pretty big. Obviously, not as big as the European Cup, but the Cup Winners' Cup was pretty big. I don't think anyone can really deny that. I mean, look at the Parma team as well. The Parma team that we had to play to win the Cup Winners' Cup was pretty damn impressive. I mean, Thomas Berlin wasn't even fat by that point. it was a great team. And I actually watched it on a black and white TV as well, which is kind of crazy. It was a very small black and white TV as well. I don't remember the. It was a very small black and white TV, but it was like white, I think, or white. Yeah, that's it. I was just like the kitchen table or something, and it was like yeah, watching this sort of mini TV. I'm not even talking about like a proper TV. Anyway, that doesn't matter so much. But that is 31 years ago. 31 years ago. 31 years ago, I hadn't won a title. Sorry, 31 years from 1994, haven't won a European title. And that was one of my indoctrinations as an Arsenal fan. I mean, my indoctrination as an Arsenal fan was a cup double, domestic cup double, FA Cup, Coca-Cola Cup. So then you get an injury. I mean, the game's against Sheffield Wednesday, because I'm ultimately, and well, I mean, not ultimately Northern, ultimately beyond that, but like humanly, ultimately a Northerner, and my all of my cousins are Sheffield Wednesday fans, and we were around there at was it Christmas? I don't know. We were around at some get together. They were like just. I was really really young at the time, not really into any sport. I was just like into well, basically mainly I was into space, um, and they were just like always ripping on Arsenal, always being just like they hated Arsenal. They were being horrible to Arsenal. They were ripping the piss out of Arsenal and blah blah blah. So I was a little dickhead, single digit. I don't know how old, older than six, but like maybe like 8, 9. I just said I sport out. No, hang on. Let's hang on. What I can figure out. 84 to. Well, I mean, well, I would be. Yeah, I was like 9. I was like 9, and I just said that I supported Arsenal to piss them off because they were kind of like getting pissed off with Arsenal, all this kind of stuff, because they'd been in the 2 finals. I just said that, and then it stuck, and that was that. And I nearly changed. What actually that's actually very unfair on me. I didn't. I had a. I 100% truthfully had a thought to change, but I didn't, because I then realised that'd be ridiculous. Um, it was Newcastle when Newcastle were very dominant with Faustino Asprilla and all them man Philip Albert days, and so I think still Shearer was there. Um, yeah, I can't remember the exact year it was. I just remember being outside of a Sainsbury's. I remember being kind of like, well, I basically saw a guy in a Newcastle shirt, and I was just like, oh. I swear to God, like, yeah, I was only 9, 8 years old. And thankfully, I had the wherewithal within me not to actually change to Newcastle because that would have gone way much worse. Because I would have actually even been relegated, and Arsenal have actually been relegated. There is a bit of a myth that Arsenal haven't been relegated, but they have been relegated. But then everyone's been relegated. I think it only kind of like classifies them in the same very small category as Preston, in terms of being relegated once. Preston and someone else, without Googling, which I'm not going to bother now, or getting my AI out and talking to it. I can't remember. I think it's maybe. I think I maybe even don't have to do that because I think it might even be Preston and Arsenal. Because Arsenal get themselves up at Tottenham's expense, hence the rivalry. The rivalry isn't only a local thing. In fact, it isn't actually etymologically a local thing because we're not from here. We're from Norwich, so we're like Millwall rivals. It's complicated. I mean, but we're not. We're not Millwall rivals. Although we were, if we get drawn away to Millwall, that could be quite rivalrous. But obviously, we haven't played Millwall since the mid 90s in the FA Cup, as I believe. I believe we played them. I think we beat them. I'm going to have to maybe look it up at some point. I think we got past them in that. It stumbled me because I can't remember if we beat Millwall in that FA Cup game. Just like a 2-0. I think it was 2-0. Anyway, that's sort of like from what I was going to say. But anyway, our last European Cup was in 1994. And also, in 10 years later, 2004, we won the Invincible. And me and friends were in Finsbury Park, jumping around, drunk off our faces, believing that we were going to dominate the league, win leagues again and again, win more FA Cups, win League Cups, finally win the Champions League, maybe twice, 3 times, or even always maybe at the same time pick a Europa League, or twice, or 3 times, and then look what happened. And what was even worse about that was the club was saying the same thing. The club was saying to us, we are moving to the Emirates to win the Champions League, to win more titles, to win more trophies, silverware, sort of thing. So then, what can you think? At that point, as a fan, you just absolutely think you're going to get into sort of like some level of world domination sort of thing. European domination. You think you're just going to be completely smashing it all the time, and then why wouldn't you? Because you have been for so long. And then it kind of all got sort of very, not even slowly, sort of like pulled away from us. And then, but the thing is, the way they did it was they managed to maintain that there was kind of promise, and promise, and promise, and promise. So, I think a lot of the reason that people feel that they are experiencing kind of like the most heightened thing in their Arsenal careers at the moment is because they're kind of young and they're kind of young and they haven't really experienced anything beyond that FA Cup they haven't experienced anything beyond an FA Cup because the actual league title win was 21 years ago. And when I was 21, it's actually okay. This is actually an okay angle. It's a few other things, you know. This I don't stop that. That's bad. I was going to talk about just as you can like a sort of decent angle. There's nobody watching, but here's a sort of up here for like 4 hours, so not too bad. It's like uh, irritating. For fuck's sake. What is going on with this? Can I do it? What does it make any sense? Strange. If that comes out. So what does it stop? Yeah, that's me. So I saw this got to be it. I think it would be, wouldn't it? But I think what that does is it just like clicks things onto another gear sort of thing. I don't know if there's anything else that needs changing particularly. But yes, it does seem to be quite strange that people who, do you know what, obviously, okay, I'm going to do a bit more about Arsenal fans and then be like, maybe not. On 4:55, I was not been that low. It was quite low, to be fair. I suppose you have to be quite fair, don't you? It's like, what should I say? Hang on, let me just edit my video. I mean, the online opinions seriously are quite insanely sort of I want to say brainwashed, but it's not quite brainwashed. It's sort of like it is influenced. Don't get me wrong, but brainwashed is a little bit more different. Different for me. Brainwashed is more kind of like specific. If you're going to brainwash someone, I think it's more specific. It's just like when governments and higher powers and everything do things that are more mass influencing. It's just that influencing. Um, so yeah, I don't think it's necessarily brainwashing. Um, although my football club is a lot of brainwashing, but it is clever. The way that they run the PR. I mean, I can't deny that it's clever. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with the way that they. I don't agree with the fact that they decide to do the PR like this, but that's the way they do the PR, and they're very clever with it, and it works, and it's effective, and you can take the piss out of it, and like it's really quite piss take worthy. It really is fucking piss take worthy. The effect that it has on people who are that susceptible to it, that are that sort of born buffering that they can't, you know, avoid it, sort of thing, even with very simple tactics. It is quite crazy like that. And listen, it's not something we need to worry about, though. It's not like a massive proliferance of people that it's going to be a massive problem for us, I don't think. Um, Twitter, retard, mockery. Have you ever noticed how, whichever sphere or realm you observe and interact Twitter with, whether it's a sports realm, entertainment realm, or whichever, whichever realm, it doesn't, I'm not discriminating. I'm not like trying to say any is higher or above than the other in the context I'm about to explain. But like these areas, these Twitter realms contain people who are very much cultists. They're very much people who repeat the same mantras, like word for word mantras. I don't just mean ideologies, like I mean specific ideas, specifically spelled out ideologies, and that's kind of how I see them. Really, to be honest with you, it is quite interesting. He's got certain words and phrases, going back into football. Phases, projects, unprecedented. Um, and there's certain other things that sort of more generalizingly said. Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Um, I'm pretty sure that Arteta is aware. I mean, like, let's just say that I was Arteta sat here. Um, do I not think that I would be aware of the situation I feel or the situation I face at the moment? Of course he knows. Of course he knows. It's interesting that they don't really go beyond like, another 8 hours. I suppose they just thought that people would do that sort of thing. This is the thing, like, you don't know about these things. It's like, I've only had 2. Hang on 1 second. I only get one in about 20 seconds. Within 30 seconds, I got one. What's your arguments? There you go. I got 1, it's me. But that 1 seems for some reason to somehow augment a 2 in a sec. Because that obviously that 2 isn't me. That means it's a 1. You know what I mean? So you think, what the fuck I'm saying again? So I'm talking about myself. Okay, let's get Twitter up. Let's go back to present. I need to do it like this. More? No. Less than that. But that's good because that's on that side. Yeah, that's good. That's annoying. What's the best way to get rid of that? It's not too bad. It's not too bad. So basically, I would do it more like that. Isn't that? Anyway. Okay, anyway, let's get back on Twitter because it's kind of what I'll be doing anyway. Let's get back into present, blah, blah, blah. The fucking font is irritating me, mate. Yes, please. Shit, why is it taking so long? I don't know why that took so fucking long, man. That took so long to do that. I have no fucking idea. Anyway, basically, I'm just being sacked. That's not exactly necessarily what I wanted to talk about, but it just sort of appeared on the screen like that. So I might as well obviously address it instead of just like bloody scrolling above it. That's interesting, isn't it? Like, one thing I would say about the people who back Arteta is it's kind of like it's quite hypocritical because if, say, Spurs or Liverpool or Chelsea or Man United or Man City or whomever, if they kept a manager 5, 6, even 3, 4 years without winning a trophy, and obviously won the Europa League, don't get me wrong, but you kind of know what I'm saying. Like, everyone else would be taking the piss out of them, including people who are backing Arteta. So it doesn't really make much sense to me. I just think it's flagrant hypocrisy. But anyway, Andy's been sacked, which we all kind of knew about anyway. Yeah. He said it's kind of ironic, isn't it? Because like he then was sort of playing on the fact that what he'd said about winning the trophy in his second year, wasn't it? And then he got him sacked. So interesting. I think it was the right decision, to be honest with you. He's just in a sort of like Ten Hag situation, basically. Is it still more of him? Why is it still more of him? Why is it still more of him? I need to be looking at the other screen. It's much better to be looking at the other screen. For me, in terms of actually what I can see what I'm seeing. See what I'm seeing. I can see the photonic light bouncing into my eyes. And so it's a flux. Basically, what your eyes are doing is your eyes are projecting out the light to some degree. This is a little bit difficult to understand, but if you delve into it a little bit when you've got a few moments in your life to do a little bit of research into it, have a little bit of research into how your eyes actually kind of like push out the light. I'm not saying they don't receive it, obviously, but I'm saying that there's a bit that's not talked about, which is the pushing back out bit. Anyway, yes. So yeah. Here we go. Bum, bum, bum. You get fucking. Seems like a fucking. Anyway. Deja vu. Let's just do that. Why does this do that? So we'll just test this again, and I think it will be obviously repeatedly successful. So it stops, doesn't it? I believe. It's not going to be too long for now. So anyway, got this fucking thing. Oh, there it goes. Surprise, surprise. That's all that thing's not that loud. But then that usually knocks on to another person, which is good. Let's just try to see what we're talking about before this appears. I told you with Simon earlier about how, like, quite fortunately for me, I had a kind of small allotment. It wasn't that big, but it was enough for you to kind of like kick a ball around in, and each sort of, I guess, if you look at the allotment as a kind of square, it wasn't square, but if you look at it as a square, the allotment had, the walls around it. And what that meant is you were able to kind of like kick the ball around each wall, and you kick the ball around each wall and like sort of learn how to receive the ball and then pass the ball again and then receive the ball. And then as you got used to that, you could try and do a bit more skillfulness with it and all this kind of stuff. So yeah, I was quite looking to have that. But also, I had kind of like just bear with me 1 second. Mute, and I'll be back. 1 second. Yeah, I used to have like a very nice allotment where I used to be able to kick the ball around, and it was quite fortunate, really, because it was sort of like it was just basically a square with some grass in the middle, and obviously um, the walls weren't very high. Well, they were on one end, which I'll get to, but the walls weren't very high. But what that meant is you could just kind of like sort of practice passing um, one wall to the other, to the other, to the other. So because they weren't very high, the walls, you didn't want to obviously kick the ball over the walls. You had to practice passing properly lowly, and then that got you good at passing properly lowly, which is obviously a good advantage. Um, so yeah, it was quite advantage in that respect. And then there was one end where there was a very, very, very big wall where I used to practice basically just like what we call like goal kicks, or just like kicking as high as possible, basically. Let me just get this off the screen. Sorry. 1 second. How do I get this off the screen? Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, so I would sort of like practice passing or sort of long kicking in that respect. I used to watch a lot of like Matt. It was quite a nice allotment. It wasn't really like sort of massive, but I used to like watching a lot of Matt Letizier's free quicks, um, free kicks. And the thing is, I suppose it wasn't quick. Well, they were quick to some degree, but like they were more skillful and all that sort of thing. So yeah, Matt Letizier and what was I going to say? Who was the other one? Obviously, Aaron Shearer. But anyway, not to mind. You need to do reaction. It needs to be reactions. It needs to be reactions. As much as I think that is good, you need to do reactions. Okay. Football, Twitter, Rita, yeah, exactly, inconcurrent. Okay, I get it. Okay, let's do it. Okay, yeah, it makes sense because if they've come in for that, then why would they not want it? What would, yeah, no, it makes sense. I get it. I don't know who the hell they are. And now I'm going to be put down in the algorithm. Okay, so I need to make my way back up. So I need to get some retail mockery. Let's go. This is basically what I do all day anyway, so let's do it. Okay, so this madness. Let's go back into what we actually enjoy the most. I should put some glasses on, should I? Twitter retard. Just Twitter retard. Why do I even? Right. Anyway, I need to put my fucking glasses on at some point. Anyway, I like doing these long streams because it's kind of like, you're trying to figure out what else out you're doing. Right, so, you know what? Let me just put my fucking glasses on. Hang on, where's my glasses? I will be back in 1 second. Yo, man, I'm going into glasses. So let's have a look at what Twitter's saying, man. I need to just get my glasses to. My lashes need to just sort of like train to my eyes a little bit. I'm not that much of a fucking retard. I can actually see. So, what do I do? Okay, yeah, so. Right, it's working as much as I wanted it to. So, yeah, Twitter retard to a day, mostly sports fans. You know, Twitter retard mockery. Don't just make it all about Arsenal, I suppose, is the thing. Okay, let's go. Okay, let's go. Let's find some dickheads. For fuck's sake, it's always sports stuff. Sport. Okay, hey, sport. Foot. Okay, that's good. Right. Anyway, that fucking thing just sort of like launched me for some reason. I have no idea why. Anyway, glasses are on, so we go down. We go down. Now Ange has been sacked. We need to get a thread going of all the city Bailey's worst treats. What the fuck does that even mean? See that guy? Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, man. Jesus Christ, man. Let's get this shit over here, man. Seriously. I've got an idea. It might not be such a good idea. Let me do this instead. If this is going to be a thing, I need to do this properly without no fucking glasses on. No, it's very expertly done. I just put my contact lenses in a very expertly way. Doesn't matter anyway. Well, there's no one watching. I'll just do this then. So anyway, total Premier League losses in the last 3 seasons. Hang on, some of it. Total Premier losses. Fuck's sake, I just put my content lenses in. It makes my eyes blurry initially. I don't. I could do it 2 minutes. I just do it 2 minutes as a sort of. Whatever, I don't be a pussy. Fucking dickhead. What the hell's wrong with me? Okay, anyway, Sniper. Can't read that. Don't care. Well, I don't care. That was cruel. Sniper. Total Premier League goals losses in the last 3 seasons. It is right, but it's not like Sniper. Stats like that don't really tell the full story, though. That's the thing. The main point of losses, unless you're someone like Ipswich or Burnley or Sheffield United, it's the timing of the losses which is the problem. So the number may not necessarily be that bad, but let's say in the last 3 seasons, if those Arsenal 15 losses lost them the league every single time, the fact that they're top of that table, it's not really relevant at all in terms of being superior. What's next? Ibiga. Sesko has been nursing any injury since the start of the season. What are gonna? What? What's he on about? 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I'm just going to promote this on YouTube again. This is ridiculous. Hang on a second. Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second. One second. big up. Sorry for the little delay there. Well, I'm not sorry. It's just, life, innit? Life gets in the way. So we go back to this. So, yeah, Twitter, Footy, Mockery. That is the thing. So, this Goku. Okay, hang on. Let me get a drink before I talk about the Goku's thing. Goku's. You know what? Also, let me just bear with me 1 second. This Goku's thing, man. Look. The point of Berta is to get Arteta the players that he wants. That's the point of Berta. That's the point of Edu being the fall guy, and then the fall guy remains to be seen, isn't it? The fall guy will remain to be seen. We're saying it's Edu. But subsequent reality events will remain to be seen. Just give me 1 sec. So anyway, Goku's will choose Arsenal if he gets his pick of clubs this summer. I mean, those kind of words are bullshit. So basically, what's happening is, I mean, I don't really know how I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to kind of figure out how to word it to the fans. I mean, Arsenal are getting Sesko because it's been a deal that's been done for a while. I mean, it's not done. And yes, it could be undone. But I suppose the idea that Sesko's going to come in and change everything is not really going to be a very true thing. It's not going to be a very true thing at all. Sesko's not going to change. Gyökeres is not going to change the Sesko situation. It's a shame for Arsenal, and also it's the sort of second self-inflicting wound of Mikel Arteta, because the first self-inflicting wound of Mikel Arteta was by Havertz, of course. And then it's funny enough that the second self-inflicting wound of Mikel Arteta is another Kai Havertz. Just a little bit faster. He's just got a little bit more pace and a little bit more height as well. I don't necessarily mind Kai Havertz that much, but as I understand, and as I sort of foresight and foresee, I don't. I think that he's going to try to be pushed to be the first starting striker next season, which is crazy. But anyway, yes. Anybody listening to this, if you want to get in the chat and talk about this, and I'm going to still put the link in. The link is still in the StreamYard link in. If you want to jump on for a little bit, I'm not too sure how much longer I can go. I've been going for 5 hours now. Oh, shit, yeah, 5 hours. Oh, sorry, another 5 hours to 10, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, it's easy enough. So we go back down. We keep going past this. Oh, everyone knows, I can already see the vision Mikel Arteta has for Arsenal. I mean, I don't know what you guys want to say. I don't know if you want to see about that. We're not Sonia Kepper and that stupid shit. But dear, this is, insane. This is indecent. Okay, so let's just change there for a second. Let's have a bit more general Arsenal chat. Let me just unshare the screen. Let's have a little bit more general chat, and I'll look up some more Twitter fucking Footy Mockery mutants whilst I chat here. I won't share them to the screen yet. Just let me just chat and look up down on Twitter. As the modern multitasking man that I apparently am. Well, not apparently, I definitely am. Oh, do you know what irritates me? Do you know what irritates me is that a lot of people seem to think that, okay, so I can get into kind of like more sort of like, scientific type, realm type of things here. Actually, just bear me 1 second. I'm trying to sort out some tiny little bloody technical issues with my laptop here. I've been here for I've been live for 5 hours and 3 minutes. So there's some slight little issue with my laptop. If you can give me just give me 5 minutes to try and just sort this laptop issue out. I mean, it's been 5 hours and 3 minutes. I've had no technical issues until this point. So if you, please just give me a minute. I'm going to be done for a minute, or like 6, 5, 7. Okay, yeah, let's have a little look at those Twitter things. So hang on, let's just share the screen. I might have to put the glasses back on, you know. Let's share the screen. Oh, no, that's me. What the hell is going on here? Okay, so okay, anyway, my phone on the left thing seems to be annoyingly kind of it's like sort of like color cloudy. So I'm just trying to do it on purpose. That cloudy. Anyway, well, you can't log in or make a. We can go from the start though, isn't it? No reports from Osterman or Cisco. Interesting. It wasn't interesting. Like that's 12 hours ago as well. This person is kind of like a crazy person anyway, so don't really need to trust verified post in. Just here for now. Oh, this guy. I think we all know what this guy's about, to be honest with you. The media told you Osman rejected Sam to keep it weak. I mean, what did he even say those kind of things for? That's quite an insulting thing for him to say to people. A simple man is true. With a simple dream. I mean, that's probably not that much. That's quite less true, but this one is particularly true. You have heaven and heaven and heaven and heaven and heavens. Oh, no, there's nothing we want. Sorry, there's nothing that you want. Yeah, I saw that. Anyway. If Arteta won a Europa League, they would have built him a statue. No, they wouldn't. No one would have bought what? No one would have bought Arteta a statue. No respect. They wouldn't. They wouldn't have done it. They would not have done it. It's funny how many Arsenal fans were nowhere near around the club. This club before 2020 had brought a lot of you back to supporting the club. Some of you act like he's the one who's fucking. Oh man, these people are so stupid, aren't they? This is why these people are so fucking stupid, man. These people are very, very stupid. This is a very, very stupid take on it. And, well, yeah, obviously, if you think that that's your way of talking about it, then, you know, whatever. Whatever. Anyways, just what's us coming. You just get some food. Well, anyway, we're living in a time where Spurs have higher standards than Arsenal. I'm not entirely sure about that, but anyway, I don't think Spurs have necessarily that many higher standards than Arsenal. It's just that they kind of have this kind of like temporary thing where they've won the Europa League. Otherwise, you know, obviously they underlyingly think they're shit. Gustavo, this is another one. Gustavo, we're living in a time where Spurs have higher standards than Arsenal. Teta would have been rewarded with a lifetime contract if he won the Europa League. No. Arteta is extremely lucky just to even be here. Oh god, there's a ton of thing here. Let's get it out of the fucking thing. Let's get out of the way. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Get out of the way. just come, or is it just come bench Havertz? Okay. Don't go alone. He's actually better finisher than Havertz. Right. Well, wait, he hasn't. He hasn't. That's the thing. Sends score, but then suffered off. Arteta told him goals are a draw between him and the keeper, and that's but oh god, we don't care. We're going. We don't care about that. Right? What do we care about anymore? What do we care about anymore? Just have to go and do this again tomorrow, don't we? It is annoying. Left contact. This is no here. One second. I'll just put my glasses back on. I'll just put my glasses back on. That might spur me on to do a little bit longer because I've been a bit annoyed by my eyes right Yeah, I saw the bots. Yeah, I think it's time for 5:30 is a good time to end the stream, I think. Time 30. Well, thanks to everyone who locked in. That's everyone who can't do anything. The stream is going to end now.